presentation, and then the floor will be open. If you're in the room and would like to participate in public participation, you just need to come up and state your name and address for the record. If you are on Zoom and would like to participate, please use the raise hand function and we will alternate between in the room and on Zoom. You're up.
Brief overview before we get started. Most of this data is the same as what was presented at the May 14th and May 28th public hearing. And all of these substance is exactly the same as what has been presented at the two prior meetings, which per your town attorney is legal to do in the beginning of a public hearing to present information and facts so that the public gives comment with all the data. The special appropriation request itself is an ordinance to approve 1.8 million to purchase 28 Garfield Street. As we have discussed, it does not require a referendum because it does not meet the threshold for monies being moved from the undesignated or unreserved balance. After approval of the ordinance, whenever that may be, it will be published in the newspaper and effective 15 days after the publication date. The building itself is owned by Shun Pike Associates. There is a business in there right now that is leasing the space, Creative Office Resources. The purchase price of 1.8 billion is based on the 2022 appraised value of 2 million. It's been negotiated to 1.8. The lot itself is roughly 3.14 acres. The property is roughly 12,500 square feet per floor, a main level and a basement, with about 5,000 square feet carved out of the main level to be created as a dedicated emergency operations center. And then the remainder of the first floor would be available for town use. The full basement would also be available for storage. Why purchase 28 Garfield? So I will quickly just run down some of these items. The building, as we all know, is an ideal location for town use. The close proximity to town hall, other town services, a minimal impact to the residents or residential neighborhoods for upgrades of the renovations, ample parking with roughly 100 spaces, easily accessible from the roadway and town hall. The fact that we can use some portions of the space for other town departments, and that the town eventually would have control of the whole parcel, which includes the building and the surrounding green space, therefore allowing the town to make sure that there's conservation of that surrounding green space. And then again, the storage capabilities in the basement, which is a benefit to the town. We also would be able to create that dedicated EOC in accordance with the grant funding. And there is some revenue offset from the short-term rental agreement that we would undertake with the current business. The EOC project, which is entirely separate from the purchase of the building, is all existing and approved funding. There is a $1 million grant award from FEMA, which cannot be used to purchase the building. It has to be used on the actual renovation of the EOC. We also have the council has already approved CIP funding, so the $333,000 of matching funds, which is a requirement of the grant with the 22-23 budget, and an additional $500,000 in CIP in the 23-24 budget for this project. The tentative timeline right now is to purchase the building by June 30th, which we are hitting that timeline, to begin planning and architectural services by March of 2025, which would also coincide with the business lease expiring. We entered that 9-month lease with the business owner, starting construction sometime around April 1st. However, we would need to seek an extension on the grant by February of 2025. And in order to apply for and receive that grant, we will have to show substantial work being done towards the planning and design of the space. So what will the EOC renovations encompass? Again, it's roughly 5,000 square feet of the main level that would be used as a dedicated EOC, which is based on a feasibility study that the town underwent in December from the on-call architect. It includes a main conference room to hold all stakeholders, breakout rooms, multi-purpose space, a potential dispatch center, and then shared spaces such as updated bathrooms, shower areas, and kitchens, and as well as demising walls that would differentiate the two sides of the building. And funding may also encompass other shared spaces or shared services such as a generator, the Lula or elevator upgrades, electrical work, HVAC work, security cameras. You can see the rest there. And also FF&E, so phones, computers, furniture. The remaining space on the main level is about 7,500 square feet. and following the conclusion of the lease would be open to other use. Throughout the project evolution, we did consider several options, including leasing, keeping that space a lease space and entirely separate from the town. Ultimately, the proposal that has been brought forward now is to consider moving the Human Services Department to this space. So that department is in this building currently. It houses roughly 3,000 square feet upstairs in Town Hall. But relocating this department to the 28 Garfield Street building would allow Human Services to appropriately service the needs of the Newington community. But the design of that obviously wouldn't happen until after we purchase the building, and it would be undertaken with the design of the EOC space as well. Quick slide on funding. So as we've said, the special appropriation is a new request. That is what we are asking the council to consider. It is to purchase the building. That amount is $1,800,000. The EOC renovation costs are already funded, and that is that 1 million grant award. And then those 2 CIP funds that the council has approved in fiscal years 23 and 24. And underneath that, you'll see just a quick chart on what those expenses and revenues look like. So through fiscal year 25-26, which is the first year that we would see the implications of taking this building off the tax rolls. Once we consider the purchase price, the lease revenue, the tax revenue that we still would receive for portions of that time, the potential maintenance cost, and the potential estimated loss of tax revenue, that total amount is 1.744 million, which is slightly less than what the special appropriation request is of the 1.8 million. On the other side of this sheet, you'll see the EOC renovations, which again, that amount, the $1 million grant, those 2 amounts in CIP have already been approved through the budget process. They are already funded. They are not additional funding requests. So again, the EOC has been a priority of the town for several years, and the project is at a point now that has been brought to the council to consider funding the purchase of 28 Garfield Street. The purchase of the property would help the town achieve several goals, including the creation of the dedicated EOC, which is the point of the grant that the town applied for in 2021 and was subsequently awarded. The project has also been vetted through multiple staff project leads, 4 town managers, 2 mayors, and 2 councils. And again, although it is not cost neutral, the ultimate expense and operating budget is minimal compared to addressing the needs of the town. So purchasing the building helps accomplish all of these goals and also helps the town to control the future use of this prime location and maintain access to parking and preserving that green space that we know is so precious to our town. And you can open it up for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time we'll open up the floor if anyone would like to participate in public participation. As stated, feel free to step up, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, John Bashan, 56 Maple Hill Avenue. I haven't been to one of these meetings in a while. I'm glad to see anything that brings the public out, and I see some faces that I haven't seen in a while. It's great. Generally, I'm just leaning against the acquisition only because I'm a small government person, not because I don't think it's a good idea to own real estate. What do the most successful entities buy real estate? I think Chris Minor, that the last meeting did make a good point, though, that we're having trouble maintaining the inventory that we have. Anyway, my point is back to that boring subject of the charter defect in section 410, which is specifically grants the right to the public. The public has the right. It's already there, or it should be already there. I hope some of you had a chance to read up on some of that. I was in touch with the acting town manager briefly. So I know a little bit about maybe what's, I don't want to paraphrase anything, but anyway, so back to this subject. It's nerdy, it's boring, but it gives a right to the public to petition for a referendum on spending special appropriations for those in between those thresholds. You got 375 and 1.5%. It used to be 375 and 975. And under 375, you pass it by proposal. I mean, what's the term? Anyway, resolution. It's passed by resolution in 408. 408 is obligatory referendum discussion. Between and over 1.5% is obligatory referendum. In between, we'll call this the in-between amount. This is where it goes to passage by ordinance. Ordinance has a 15-day waiting period. The specific purpose of that 15-day waiting period is for the public, for the voters to get a chance, to have a chance to get the signatures necessary to petition for that referendum. It's not a guarantee that there'll be a referendum. That's a lot of work. It's probably never even happened before. But it just bugs me so much that, and before it was up to 975, now we're talking about up to over around 2 million, whatever 1.5% is, twice a year. So we're talking about around $4 million on just 5 votes. And I can guarantee you that was not the intent of the framers of our charter. So again, as nerdy as this is, and I'm not going against the merits of the proposal, really, as I said, I'm only slightly leaning no towards that. It's this issue that we're taking this right away from the voting public, and I think it puts the town in a jeopardy, in a legal jeopardy potentially, because even though the language is there, you can rest on that the way the language is written, it says more instead of less. It says 375 or more when it should have said 375 or less. Everything that leads up to that. When you go back to the, all they're doing in that section 410, when they talk about right of referendum and excluding this amount, which should be included, they're simply re-emphasizing what was already discussed in 408, which is the emergency ordinance and the amount of less than 375. So it seems pretty clear. The first time I read it, I'm a gutter cleaner, ditch digger, I call myself, glorified. But the first time I read it, I just snickered to myself. I said, oh, that's a typo. And then I started, this was years ago, I started talking to people about it. And, what do you think about it? And I never got any traction on it. It never made too much of a difference. And now it's a $2 million difference or potentially a $4 million difference. And you may say that the ends justify the means here and we take a little bit of a risk, but going forward, there may be a council that proposes something that's so absurd that that nobody would like, yet there's no way to reverse it. There's no binding public participation or public involvement, which is what a petition for referendum could do. And then it takes that out of the mix that the public can complain, oh, they did this without us knowing or without us having any say, besides non-binding opinions at a public hearing. So I see my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I hope you give it some consideration. Like I said, I think it's a legal jeopardy, potentially, if someone chose to go that route.
Thank you.
I'm leaving, it's not because I'm protesting, it's hungry.
Dave Horrigan, 30 Candlewood Drive. And for those that can't read my t-shirt, it says, just because it was a good idea. What does it say? It seemed like a good idea at the time. So I misquoted that, but kind of think about that tonight. Thank you, Councilor Gonzalez and Councilor Tanakis for your information on the internet. It was helpful. Let me first say that I disagree with the logic that the purchase of 28 Garfield Street does not affect taxpayers. I didn't hear it tonight, but it was previously said because the funds will come from the general fund. Statements like that are insulting to us as taxpayers and is what makes us question the entire process. If you spend $1 from the general fund, it obviously, not rocket science, needs to be replaced at some point. It's hard to say that the EOC project is being rushed when we all know that it's been on the table for several years. I appreciate the efforts of staff to get her done, and it seems like most reasonable people are not necessarily against the project. What I think most of us are opposed to is the lack of a clear plan, including the total cost for the project, not just the EOC portion. I feel that you have no choice but to table the special appropriation and ask town staff to request a grant extension. Then you should ask town staff to put together a comprehensive and honest total project cost, the entire building. It's backed up by vendor quotes, architectural plans, etc. I don't pretend to be smart enough to question the town's attorney's opinions in this matter. But just because we are told you do not need a building committee or you do not need a referendum doesn't mean you can't or shouldn't do it. Just what's right and wrong. In closing, if you approve this special appropriation tonight, you'll be doing so without knowing the true cost or even the ultimate use of, I guess, about 2/3 of the building. We still don't know what's going there or what it's going to cost to do that. So why would you do that? It's obvious you'll need another special appropriation next fiscal year to finish funding the project. It's so obvious. Do the right thing for all of us, including yourselves, and table the special appropriation so you have all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for telling us.
Can we get the microphone closer?
Hopefully not too close now. Right at the end, 125 Stagecoach Lane. Let me just preface that, I'm not one that likes to pinch pennies. I voted for this town hall, first time I'm actually on this side of this building. Since it's been built, voted for Anna Reynolds, voted for John Wall's renovations, right? For the presentation, right, it may be a priority. Some folks have already spoken that it has been. But we've gone through multiple snowstorms where people have been out of power for 6+ days. Hurricanes like Isaias, right, and COVID, right? We made it through all those events without an EOC, right? And that was before the technology investment that you yourselves and the other residents of this town have poured into their homes for remote work. I work from home 2 days a week. So now it's 3. Everything that was on that slide about what that building will bring can be done with the building infrastructure we have today or homes, right? Sleeping quarters, we're talking about sleeping quarters. Everyone come in that building, it's gonna be no more than 15 minutes, right? That's just not what we should be focusing on, right? Financially, counting by trade, right? We're gonna spend $3-4 million to get $1 million back from the state. Hey, look, I love taking money from the state whenever I can, but not when I spend a multiple of it. I pay $8,500 a year in property tax for 1/3 of an acre. That lost revenue of $44,000, right? What was that 2-3 year outlay? What about 10, 20, 30 years that property is off the tax rolls, right? That's a bigger sunk cost than what was shown up in that presentation, right? And then we're just talking about greatest return on investment, right? Millions of dollars at stake, right? Community pools need renovation, right? The high school, I'm sure, needs some renovation. I know we spent a lot of money on the roof lately, right? I am assuming there are multiple other projects, pet projects, that the council, residents, mayor, right, may want to outlay that cash on. That will benefit the residents more so 24/7, 365 than potentially a center that we actually haven't needed for the past 10 years I've lived in this town, right? Return on investment, right? Again, no problem spending money. This doesn't pass that mental hurdle, right? Agree with other residents about the town charter, won't rehash those. But I think that's all the points I want to make. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Glenn Torrey, 225 East Robbins Avenue. Since 1997, I've worked for the federal government as part of the agency that responds to Health and Human Services emergencies. So I've been in and out of emergency operations center of all kinds. I've been in some that you won't even know are there. The size of this one eclipses the above ground portion of the Maynard, Massachusetts Regional Coordination Center for FEMA, which is the EOC for 6 states, plus backup for New York. And granted, you can't beat their underground portion, which is 75 feet below with blast doors. So Also, I'm opposed to this because you discussed this in executive session. What is the secrecy behind an EOC? You should actually be open and transparent about your EOC. FEMA suggests a community as a whole approach when doing emergency planning and planning for EOC. Have all the stakeholders been consulted? There are 15 emergency support functions. Your fire department can handle 3 in this town. Your EMS and your human services can handle 2. The rest, your transportation, communications, I mean, have you consulted all the stakeholders? Have you talked to the non-government agencies or the voluntary agencies in disaster assistance? You know, the Red Cross generally handles ESF 6, mass feeding and sheltering. Have they been consulted? They might have some ideas. Additionally, has a threat vulnerability or hazard assessment per FEMA guidelines been done to this building? Because just looking at that building, you have threats, hazards, and vulnerabilities. To the west is a stand of trees. It's surrounded by shrubbery. The windows on the front can be impinged and broken by flying debris because you're surrounded by trees. You're also surrounded by lampposts. There are at least 3 in front of the building. There's a facade on the front of the building. What is the structural integrity of that? Where it says OFI. If that were to come down, it's blocking your main entrance into your EOC. And then there's the elephant in the room. You were directly across the street from a gas station. If you were to follow the emergency response guide, which the fire department uses, and there was an emergency where you had to evacuate, you are in the initial or at least the secondary evacuation zones. So what is the point of an EOC if you have to leave it, bail out, or you can't even get into it? I mean, you need, you already have a proper place to set up the EOC. We're sitting in it. That you actually have an advantage. You can broadcast information to the public via YouTube if the internet's working. Add an addition of a hardened landline in case everything goes down. You can break out if you needed more space into the back here to the Department of Education. Right? You have enough room to break out all your EOCs. All you need is the computers, the technologies, and the phone, and maybe some smart whiteboards. You have an EOC. This building is secure. It's got emergency power, and you're good to go. Generally, most EOCs that I've been in small towns or cities are in their city hall. It's done that way for a reason, because that's the hub of government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Scott Kroskowski, 46 Miami Avenue. Before I forget, Rose Lyons wants me to say thank you to everybody who showed up tonight. She had to go to the other meeting upstairs for the Ethics Commission. So she had to leave. So she wanted to say thank you. What this is not just an EOC. This is a town hall expansion project, but I'm starting to consider it more of a timeshare, because with a timeshare, you pay into it and then you don't know what it costs after that. Really, we don't know what it costs. It's supposed to be an emergency management project, but nobody from the police department has spoken in favor of this project. All the police I've spoken to are against it. The fire department I've spoken to, nobody's spoken for it. In fact, the people I've spoken to said they're against it. EMS, our EMS services, against it. And that none of them haven't been contacted. The people I've talked to said they haven't even been contacted about this. How come none of our emergency services have been invited to speak on this? Shouldn't they have a stake in this? This is their emergency operations center as well. Next thing, how do we come up with $1.833 million to renovate 5,000 square feet of the building? Where do these numbers come from? We don't have an architect. We don't have a building committee. We don't have any conceptual drawings. We don't have a site plan. We don't have a building report on how the building condition is now. We've never done a feasibility study. We've never done a vulnerability study. We didn't have a hazard threat study. It's directly across the street from a gas station. The building on 3 sides is windows. We've seen emails online with legal opinions from one of our town attorneys saying that the cost cannot be broken up to avoid referendum. Why are we not following that? I work in the legal field myself. And everybody who works in the legal field knows you can pay your legal team to get the opinion you want. But I think the sad part of this is the purchase goes through. There's a very good chance there'll be litigation on this. delaying the project for 3 to 4 years. And the costs will be burdened by the taxpayers of this town for the legal costs to fight this. And eventually it's going to be settled. And, you know, it's just ridiculous. From where I sit, it appears this project was going to be pushed through and you guys hoped that nobody would notice. But we are noticing and we're paying attention. I don't understand the rush on this. When you publish your own notes, you said you were going to seek a grant extension in February. If that's the case, time is not as much of an essence as you're trying to show. So again, what's the rush? With all these questions, we have no answers for. What is the total project going to cost? What's the building going to be used for? I don't see how anyone could vote yes on this project. The time seer project is what I'm calling it. Go back to the drawing board and figure out exactly what you want to do. Form a building committee and come up with some real numbers and let's go from there. I do believe our emergency responders do deserve the best. But chatting with many of them and seeing so many against this plan, we need to come up with a plan that they're all on the same page for. One other thing, I did speak, and doing a presentation before a public hearing is not allowed. Yeah, I know you got opinion that it is. I called down to Hartford and they said, I was told that a presentation is given and then you have a separate public hearing on another date. So that way the public has time to form an opinion and say what they want to say. When you come in right before it, it doesn't give people a chance to say it. The FOI commission will be happy to come down here and tell you guys that it's not allowed. It wasn't even on the agenda for the public hearing section that there was going to be a presentation. That's all I got to say, but this is the wrong thing. Let's do it right. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I'm Ron Otis, 95 Hawley Street. And I'm gonna use this a little closer because I've missed about half what's going on already. One thing I want to start with is I really think we need to switch the word grant to taxes, because there's no such thing realistically as a grant. It's all tax money. We get $1 million, San Francisco gets $1 million, probably more, and every town in the country is getting money. So, and it all comes down to taxes. As far as I can tell, in the last 13 years, the EOC has been used 3 times and approximately a month each. That's 3 months. And if it's going to cost $3.6 million for 3 months worth of activity, nobody would do that. Nobody would spend that kind of money. If you took the rehab part of it, the 1.833 divided by the 5,000 square feet, is $366 a square foot. To make that relative, if you built a house at that kind of money, that money would, a 2,000 square foot house would cost you $732,000. It's a lot of money for a house that size. You're giving up OFI taxes. The maintenance of the building, as somebody has said earlier, it's ongoing. And if you say it costs $1, reality it's $5. And it's just the way of the world today. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Charles Lavoy, 111 Superior Avenue. Love this town. Voted for you guys. Thank you for being here. I know you guys do a lot of work. This is hard stuff. You come in and they've got this $1 million sitting on the table and you got to use it by a certain time. Otherwise you might lose it. but there is the option of pushing it. But I understand why you might want to use before July 1. I appreciate the fiscal year and then being able to get the other funds. I get that. But let's talk a little bit about an EOC operation, because money is not really my gig. My wife takes care of that. An EOC, I work for the city of New Britain. I have been in the EOC. I've been there 25 years. And our biggest EOC issue was 2014. The storm took down all the trees, took down all the power lines. Everybody didn't have power. And emergency vehicles couldn't pass down roads because trees were in the way. And Eversource was busy somewhere else, putting up power somewhere else. This was a big deal. So our EOC was our office, the size of, and this is the city of New Britain, mind you, the mayor, all department heads squeezed around a table. We grabbed some more chairs. We all got responsibilities, things to do. I draw the city of New Britain. So my job was to figure out what roads were open, what roads had one pass. Can I get a fire truck down any of those roads? That was key. And or EMS, if somebody needed help right away. And that was a big task. So all the inspectors were no longer inspecting. They were now driving around telling us what roads. He took section 4, you took section 5, and we left that EOC as fast as we can to get out there to get the data. We needed data to figure out what was going on in our city because we didn't know. We're sitting there blind. Today, it's going to be satellite. It's going to be drones. It's a little different. The technology has come a long ways. So that all happened. We got a lot done. And I think New Britain fared well. We were electricity by Wednesday. Newington was electricity by Saturday because I was running my generator. And it was a big job. It was a hard thing to do. Nobody handled it before. When you get into an emergency operations center and you're there for an event, you've never dealt with that event. Nobody in that room has dealt with that event. You just got to figure it out. You got to put your head to the grindstone. You got to say, this is what we got to do. You got to take this responsibility. You got to take that responsibility. We got to get our town back. That's your responsibility. And that's what everybody that walks in that room's responsibility is. And so I just wanted to say that a 5,000 square foot EOC is not necessary. A table, this room right here is awesome for an EOC. All you need to do is plug in. You need to communicate with all of the team members, and then they need to go communicate with their staff and get them working on the path that the group wanted to go on. In our case, we needed to clear roads. We used plows. The electricity was off. Don't tell Eversource. But we got the roads open. We were able to get, when Eversource called us, because I was calling them every day, hey, help, we're ready. When they called us, they wanted to bring 8 tree trucks. No tree trucks. We got all the trees out of the way, just bring 8 power trucks. And we were on. I can tell you that Manchester beat us because they have a fuel station. And the power trucks went to the fuel station and they said, you have all the fuel you want. Just write down how many, we'll bill you later. So they said, well, while we're here, let's put on the lights. So if we need anything for an EOC, we need a fuel station to share with Eversource. It's just a way to, I'm sorry, my time's up. I apologize for that. But thank you all. And please reconsider an EOC. Look at an EOC as we have phones now. We have technology now. It's changing. Before and back in the day, we had little radios and everybody had to have one on a desk and we had to communicate like that. But now we can communicate anywhere. Walking the dog. Good to see you, Matt. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
Glasses over contact lenses.
Agreed.
Good evening. Gary Bowles, 28 Burden Lane, Newington. This flyer regarding the public hearing for the property at 28 Garfield Street was placed in my mailbox Tuesday afternoon, 28 May 2024. Since I had already retrieved my mail for that day in the late morning, I had no reason to go back to my mailbox that afternoon to check for more mail. Consequently, I did not get the flyer until Wednesday, 29 May 2024, when I retrieved my mail. Long and short of it, a day late and $1 short. Very important. Article number 00006998, section 508.3.1.3 of the United States Postal Service Domestic Mail Manual states, and I quote, "No part of any mail receptacle may be used to deliver any matter not bearing postage, including items placed upon, supported by, attached to, or hung from, or inserted into a mail receptacle." Since the flyer contained no postage, placing this flyer or any other material not bearing postage in our mailboxes strictly prohibited by the United States Postal Service. Now, on to the office furniture where they are. Office Furniture Incorporated has been and continues to be very kind to our Church of Christ Congregational by allowing us to use their property when they were closed at night and on Sunday mornings for overflow parking. As some of you know, our church has been in the center of town since 1722, and both our south and north parking lots have limited parking spaces. So having these extra parking spaces are crucial and much appreciated. I would hope that if the town purchases the property, that this parking arrangement could continue. I have a feeling that this is a cut and dry deal, but maybe after tonight, maybe it isn't. And this is a copy of the regulation from the United States Postal Service. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one on Zoom. All right, we're gonna go over there. Mr. Bueno, you're ready to go.
Hi, good evening. Beth Del Buno, 327 Walsh Avenue, Newington, Connecticut. I too have some concerns about the proposed project this evening. As someone else had alluded to earlier, this has been a project that was brought before the council and has been kind of simmering for a few years now. When this was first brought to us, it was at 1.2 million estimated cost for the building. It seems like it's now gone up to 1.8 million. I also heard earlier that there were $500,000 in quote additional funds in the CIP budget. But my recollection of that 500,000 was that it was put there as a, I don't know how to say it, I guess an offset to the cost, so that when it was time to purchase the building, we would have to take less out of the general fund and have already started to budget for the project if it came to fruition. So I'm not sure why that 500 is being considered additional at this point. So that's another concern of mine. There have been many concerns raised this evening, and I don't want to rehash all of them, but I will say that one of the reasons that I and some of the other councilors, and I won't speak for anyone else, so I guess I'll say I never pushed to have this brought forward to the public the last few years was because, quite honestly, none of the proposals made sense or felt like they were vetted enough to actually put forward to the public. As a gentleman mentioned earlier, many concerns related to the safety and the logic of the location. I live with my husband, Scott, is retired military, and now just this past Friday retired from the government service of 27 years. And he has been on numerous emergency situations and worked for many different communities. And in fact, in our state and others, worked in EOCs and continued to kind of say to me over and over, you don't need a self-standing EOC. These kinds of emergencies happen so infrequently that you can use existing space. And he continued to say what the gentleman earlier said, which was that our current town hall, either police station or town council chambers would be more than sufficient. In terms of the sleeping quarters that are proposed in the new proposal, that seems silly to me also, to have sleeping quarters dedicated for something that may be in need once every 5 years, hopefully. Hopefully not more than that, but you never know. But we do have the means in town for emergency shelters. We've opened emergency shelters numerous times. So if there was a need for that, we would have the means to help our folks that are responding in terms of finding spots for them to sleep. What we don't know yet, and what I'm concerned about, is we don't know the true overall cost related to the design of the other spaces other than the EOC, the cost to move proposed apartments over there and possibly add more furnishings, the cost to then fill the vacated spaces in town hall. If a whole department moves over there, what will go into that empty vacant space, and what would the cost be to that? Would there be a redesign cost as well as furnishings cost, technology cost, all of that? So those are other concerns of mine. And then when looking at the funding, what I'm looking at is the last budget that was passed that ends the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, was $137,512,573. If you do the 1.5% of that, it's approximately $2,062,689. My concern is that the 1.5% in the charter that pushes this to referendum, in my opinion, is being met. We're looking at expending $1.8 million for the purchase of the property, $333 million in matching funds, and then what was talked about earlier, an additional $500,000 from CIP. That's an overall expenditure of $2.6 million, and that far exceeds the $2.062 million. That would be that 1.5% of the existing current budget. So, I would urge you to consider the fact that the charter was changed to do that 1.5% so that it would keep up to current times and current needs. And that being said, I believe that the cost of this project does meet the need for a referendum. And it sounds like there's a lot of public that would like to weigh in. And perhaps this one meeting, or well, I know you had one last week that some folks had difficulty accessing. But I think that perhaps there needs to be more discussion before moving this project forward. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. Figured I better get up here because everybody's saying a lot of the stuff I wanted to say already. And I wanted my 4 minutes, and I'll be lucky for a minute. So I'm not gonna repeat what's been said and what I've already said. Just want to say that it's been made clear since the last meeting that this purchase is above all an extension to the town hall. I want to remind you that previous councils, when working to improve our current town hall, rushed items through, and basically due to the fact that they were like so involved and married to the project that they had developed. They ignored the people when the people and staff tried to tell them that it wasn't going to work. They ignored the people when they tried to build on the park, and then that failed too. Because remember, they wanted a town hall in the park, didn't listen to us and failed. And the way you've been defending this to me in person, online, it just seems like you're following the same path. Boy, I do so much better when it's written. But you're on the way to making the same mistake that the previous councils made. You need to stop. You need to pause. I mean, for crying out loud, the same exact grant was offered, and you could have applied for it by the 7th. Say, oh, change of staff, change of site, whatever. We're withdrawing this, and we want to apply for that. Now, I'm not sure how this extension, the applying for extension, if it can only be under certain circumstances, but if it's for any reason, this is a darn good reason. Listen to everything you heard. I don't think this is well planned out. And, oh yes, the open letter, thanks to those of you who responded to me. And I did put it just only on Newington Strong. It was a little slanted, so I didn't feel it was the need to put it on like what's happening in Newington and whatnot. But I just want to say 69, well, actually 68, last count. I'm saying 68 because somehow I signed it twice. But anyways, feel the same way I do about all those points mentioned. And I know you guys saw those points. So again, no need to reiterate those. You just need to pause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more on Zoom. Mr. Fox, go right ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Town Councilors, Jamie. Michael J. Fox, 1901 Main Street in town. And I had wanted to come in person, but I wasn't feeling well today. I have too much on my plate. At any rate, there's been a lot. I think I've been listening on and off, and I think I've heard a few before Dana spoke, but that reminds me. I'm not, the town hall, well, I'm not gonna go through all the machinations, all the changes that everybody made, just like, Dana just went through and others. It's done. There's nothing you can do about it. It's too small. It's supposed to be small because, quote unquote, nobody does anything personally anymore. Everything's online. But I guess they were wrong there. So hey, let's let that drop and say it is what it is. I love that phrase. At any rate, as far as the project itself, and Mayor Beth was talking, I think she said that some people that she knows don't think we need a standalone. Yeah, I spoke the last time we spoke at the first public hearing. I mentioned that you shouldn't, quote unquote, put all your eggs in one basket, and so did Commissioner Whalen. The fire department offered a place, and actually, I still believe we should have a standalone emergency operations center, but you do have to take us into your thoughts. I'm losing my vocabulary. Please excuse me. And of course, you really don't want one in town hall in case there is some kind of a terrorist thing. And even if it's a standalone, unless you've got it all camouflaged and hidden, like maybe in the middle of Cedar Mountain on one of the paths, people are going to know about it anyway. If they want to hit it, they're going to hit it. But you guys are going to do what you have to do. But I think like last time, you have to slow down. You have to make sure that everything is out and above board. People are talking about transparency. You and the council before you had executive sessions, which rarely, people are concerned about that. But it's in the charter. It's in state statute. You're talking about real estate or anything like that. You need to do it in executive session. And when you come out, you can't talk about what you did, but just what the results are. And so I'm trying to cover things, but I'm going nuts. As I said, you've got to make sure you have everything else, all your ducks in a row, and you know what it's going to cost, and make sure that this part of it is definitely transparent. And I lost my train of thought again. So, but unless I think of something else in the next 30 seconds, I think that'll be it. No, last time, I think a couple of people mentioned about, a little too little too late. There's the last public hearing wasn't noticed properly, and, you're running too fast. Well, no offense, I'm not gonna say, say anything, but you're learning. The majority of you are still learning. And so I hope you learn something from this, that you should, go to the people that know what they're doing about each particular project. I think Lauren is new here, and, I think she made a few mistakes, but learn from your mistakes. And hopefully you learn from these mistakes and do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Stephen Ellis, 105 Robbins Avenue. I don't support the purchase of the Garfield Street property, and I've got a background 13 or 11 years. 11 years of search and rescue with the Air Force Civil Air Patrol, and out of the Homeland Security building down in the airport in Hartford. And I'm a communications officer, and I'm also a logistics section chief certified by FEMA. And I've seen a few of these, and I do think that the size that we're proposing is a little bit of overkill, kind of like the light posts on the Berlin Turnpike. I hope maybe we could reconsider it, take our time, vet it a little better. I do think we have a need. Do agree with the need, but I think that's overkill. So, and I didn't like that it came to us with so little time, excuse me, and with no other options. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Wendy Holness, 31 Barkledge Drive. This is my third time attending a public meeting to hear about this potential purchase of 128 Garfield Street. Thank you, Councilor and Mayor Trister, for the frequently asked questions and the answers you provided on the town website and your efforts at transparency. In an effort, I am in support of an EOC, and I like the idea that it would also be would not be idle space, but it would be used for large event planning such as the extravaganza or other similar type events. The generous EOC grant obtained under the previous Republican majority council for an EOC will expire soon, hence the urgency. I like that you do not like to leave good money on the table, nor do I, so I like that. I like that you looked at this project holistically and economically to see if this posed an opportunity to address other needs or benefits to the town. It is always better to kill two birds with one stone. I know this project is well vetted as it has been dragged on for many years and has been reviewed by several councils, mayors, town managers, and political majority parties. More than 25 locations have been reviewed. I know the previous Republican majority council made several changes to the town charter, and the residents of Newington voted to approve these changes last November. Based on those changes, the costs fall under the threshold for the referendum. There is nothing nefarious going on to avoid a referendum, and you can't just change the charter to suit a project or a person. If that were the case, I ask that you change that section that allowed the Republican majority from appointing a person to fill a vacant Democratic seat on the town council, which they did last February. That was a most egregious offense done to all Democratic residents, even though we all know the intent of the charter is not to silence or further weaken a minority party that flies in the face of democracy. If the charter stood for such a heinous action then, the charter stands now. Lastly, you have indicated from the start that Human Services is one of the departments you are considering to cohabitate in the space, as it would be a better fit for its purpose and clientele. Human Services was not something recently added to at the suggestion of the Facebook pundits. It has been there from the start because it makes sense. You obviously know what you're doing. I think 128 Garfield Street is a perfect location, a great building in great shape, and a great opportunity to address valid needs of this town. I voted for the Democratic majority on this council because I know you, I know your character, and I know your values. You are honest, transparent, sensible people. Ignore the efforts by the saboteurs to engage in unnecessary analysis paralysis and delay tactics. They are politically motivated to stifle progress. You have all the information and resources you need and the disposition to make the right decision for the town of Newington, and I thank you all.
Thank you.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive, and I am a town council addict. I admit it. I'm a registered Democrat. I admit it. But I have to say that I was here all during the town hall reno. I was here, well, I wasn't here when they moved in. We've known from the get-go that it wasn't big enough. I'm not gonna point any fingers like the lady before me, because I know it was done and done with not any ill intent, because they thought that they had to work within the money they had. That being said, I also was around when Keith Chapman brought this EOC grant to the town council. I don't recall, I could be mistaken because my memory is shot. There's too much information in my brain. At 78, I'm losing it quickly. But I don't recall the council voting on that grant, and that was one of the problems I had with grants monies, that they don't come, not all of them come before the council, and you're not told what it's going to cost us in the end. I was here for the town municipal parking lot, $1 million grant, that cost us another $1 million. It's here for the turf field, $500,000 grant costs us another $800,000. I'm not disputing that this has not been discussed by staff or an executive session. My problem with this is the transmission and the transparency of the fact that there were ongoing talks about the EOC. Never did I hear anybody mention until the outcry, well, I would be okay with it if Human Services moved over. I heard nothing said anywhere by anybody involved that they were considering moving out one of the town departments. I think it's just a crowd pleaser. It's more palatable now. And I'm one of the ones that said it. I would be happy if Human Services was moved out. That being said, to get $1 million, we're going to spend 1.8 million to get OFI. And there's another 833,000 in CIP and the $1 million grant for the EOC. I'm not saying you rushed it. I'm agreeing that it was looked at. My problem is that I think that there should have been informational meetings, or at least one informational meeting before a public hearing where there's no back and forth, and a town council meeting that you may get an answer to your question or you may not. And the last public hearing, and I thank you for having a second one, was a debacle. I want to know when there's going to be a phone in front of the mayor like there used to be prior to COVID, when you could just call in from your house and not go 1-833, do, push this, push that, and then get nothing. Normally, I wouldn't have come down here, but ethics was going on at 6:30, and I wanted to go give them a little piece of my mind, what little is left. But once again, I'm not blaming anybody for how we got here. I'm blaming people for not being transparent about it throughout the process, whether it be the Democrats or the Republicans. I know all of you sitting at this table. Some of you are newer to me, more not familiar to me, but I trust you all. But I don't know what you're being told, and I don't know if you really are getting all the facts, because I don't think I got all the facts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've reached that 7 o'clock spot, so we are going to pause the public hearing, convene the regular meeting, and then jump right back to the public hearing. So at this point, we're just going to pause this. We're going to pause the special meeting for the public hearing.
He needs about 30 seconds.
You can go.
We can go ahead.
You can go.
I thought you need time, Scott? Yep.
Just put it on the screen. Here.
Mayor Tristan.
Here. All right. And at this point, we're gonna pause the regular meeting and we will reconvene the public hearing. So we are now back to public hearing. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the desk in 4 minutes. And if you are on Zoom, please use raise hand function.
Hi, my name is Bill McCarthy, 206 Churchill Drive. I've been coming to these meetings now for a couple of weeks, months, whatever it is. And when the 28 Garfield project was first presented to the community, I was in support of it, and I believe I still am. It's nice to see all the people that are here that I've been chatting with on Facebook, put faces to all the different people. There's a lot of concern about what's going on. I think from my point of view, when I first heard about it, I liked the idea that the federal government wanted us to have an EOC and they were willing to pay for it or give us a grant to help fund it. And I thought that it was wonderful that there was a piece of property that we could get for a reasonable amount of money that would fit the bill. Again, I support the purchase of the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chris Meyer, 119 Revere Drive. Thank you to the council and the mayor for continuing the conversation. I think it's a very important one. There's two remaining concerns that I have had and remain are first and foremost, is there been any environmental study done on the property at all? There was a former EPA establishment located next door. There was a previous service station next door. There's a current gas station across the street that had remediation work done on the property. So with all those site conditions, whether or not there have been exploratory investigations done or if that's going to remain within the due diligence period. My second question is the June 30th deadline that we keep hearing, is that to close on the property or is that to execute a contract purchase sale agreement? I don't know what the status is. Just with a few weeks left, I think that's a timeline that is getting extremely stretched. My other concern is this is a large project to be considered. And with a $1.8 million price tag that we have heard regarding construction, is that furniture, fixtures, and equipment? Is that construction build out? Is that mechanical, HVAC, electrical upgrades? Exactly what is within that number? And has that number been vetted? What I don't want to see happen would be to go ahead, pursue the project, get into the project and realize we are nowhere near what we need to be able to complete the project appropriately to accomplish the needs that we're setting out to handle. If there are departments that are moving out of this facility, going to that facility, who infills the departments here within the building? I would just like to hear an overall master plan, of what the proposal is and to what departments would move where. I think there are space needs that are not being met currently with having additional department staff. That was not something that was considered 4 or 5 years ago. The Owens report was commissioned during my time. I believe it's just about 5 years ago now. And that report was to inventory every town-owned property, its condition and its immediate needs and long-term needs. To my knowledge, and I'll be corrected by anyone, I don't believe we pursued any of those projects. So my concern is adding additional inventory and not appropriately funding the maintenance of that inventory is just going to continue to lead us down a road to nowhere. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Anyone else in the room or over Zoom that would like to participate in the public hearing? Anyone else? Anybody? All right, entertain a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Page, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public hearing is closed. All right.
Do we need another?
At this point, we are right back into our regular meeting. We have done the pledge, we've done the roll call. We are up to item number 3, approval of agenda. Anybody have anything that we add to the agenda today? All right, seeing none. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Agenda has been approved. All right, we are moving on to item number 4, presentations. This is what I'm really excited about tonight. We are joined today by our winner of our Kid Mayor Essay Contest, Miss Sienna Mills from John Patterson Elementary School. Why don't you come on up here? Take my seat. All right, she's going to take my seat and she's going to read her winning essay. Have a seat. There you go. All right. Mitch, can you pull the mic up for her?
Absolutely, of course.
Hi, my name is Sienna Mills and I'm in 3rd grade at John Patterson Elementary School in Miss Jensen's class. I have gone to John Patterson since pre-K. I love living in Newington and I have a lot of experience here. I have lived here since I was born. I support town events like going to the girls' basketball game and the high school musical Mamma Mia and going to NCTC plays. I love playing basketball and when I'm older, I plan to go to college in Connecticut and play basketball at UConn. I also play softball. I love math and writing. I'm a good student. My teacher says it every year. I believe that a mayor should be helpful, kind, and respectful. I would be a good mayor because I listen and follow the rules. I'm also responsible. I've been part of the student council at John Patterson for the past 2 years as a class representative. I have attended all meetings and think about what is best for the school. I've been student of the month for 2 years in a row. I get picked for a lot of different things because I'm reliable. I also asked to help students during the morning gym time who had special needs. I would help them know what to do during the gym activities. One of the ways I would be kind is by treating everyone equally. We can do that by making sure everyone's voice is heard and celebrating all holidays throughout the year. We could celebrate the town with different holidays. One of the ways everyone's voice can be heard is by letting everyone speak. Everyone's opinion can be heard. Everyone's opinion matters. If we don't agree with each other, we still have to be respectful. One of the ways I would be helpful is I would have lots of fundraisers to get homeless people or less fortunate people homes, foods, and waters. One fundraiser that I would do is a basketball game. To go to the game, you pay, and I would also pay to enter your team. The money would be donated to the town for people who need help. One of the ways I would be respectful is treating everyone how they want to be treated. For example, I'd listen to people when they are talking, and they would listen to me. Part of being respectful is allowing everyone to have a turn, learn, and all the different parts of being part of the mayor's team. That's why if someone can't do their job, someone else can help. Another way to be respectful is to respect everyone's boundaries. Everyone should feel comfortable with what we are to do, whether it's giving someone a hug or by making sure it's okay with the decision that is made. Being mayor would be so fun. I love helping people. I hope you pick me to be mayor for a day, but it doesn't matter if I get picked or not. Maybe someone else would be better. I will continue doing great things and do good things.
Congratulations.
I have something for you here.
Amazing.
A little certificate for you. Appreciate you saying.
My God.
Certificate, you want to hold back and take a picture?
Listen.
Right, ain't that the truth?
Congratulations. Oh, you got it? There you go.
Okay, let's get the mic out of the way.
Oh, yes, Mike had one. It's beautiful. Very good. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Wait, Sam, do you want to bang the gavel?
Oh, yeah, hit the gavel. Please, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
John, I hope you will listen to what she said about being a good mayor.
It's the reason why she's up here.
The child shall lead it.
Absolutely. No, that was great. Thank you so much for coming and what an amazing essay.
Very good job.
Yeah, all the, everyone participated. It was great, but essay was beautiful and I loved it. So thank you so much for being here. Congratulations.
Beautiful job.
Yeah. Righty. That, we are going to move on to agenda item 5, which is public participation. This is for in general, the limits for 4 minutes. If you'd like to speak, come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. If you're in Zoom, use the raise hand function.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Before they leave, Mr. and Mrs. Mills, your daughter is adorable. And it was a nice way to start this meeting, and I wish we could start them all this way and get through them.
Told her brother that she's in charge of it.
That's right.
Thank you. Beautiful child. Thank you. I gave my name, I think, Rose Lyons. One thing I'd like to mention is I did look at the agenda for the last meeting, and I think there was some discussion as to whether or not the attachments were there or not. When I looked, they weren't there, but it's no big deal. But one of the things I noticed is on the John Wallace Middle School Building Committee. I could be mistaken, it may have changed, maybe James picked up on it, but Deputy Mayor Rada's appointment and Councilor Nagel's appointment were to an indefinite. I think they should be to the end of their term. Is that, that was something I picked up on. And please believe me when I say this, I'm not picking on the topic of the committee that you proposed at the last meeting. What I'm questioning is how it came to be. I went back to the May 28th town council meeting and there was discussion on the LGBTQ plus and Pride Month. And then there was a couple of comments from Councilor Gonzalez and an agreement with Councilor Tiniakis that a committee should be formed. I've been coming to many of these meetings, and usually when a committee is formed, there's a discussion under new business, and then there's a discussion under new business. What I saw was a couple of comments on the 28th or prior to that, and then on the 28th, there was a resolution. It just, I'd like to get some guidance as to whether the rules have changed. I know that the rules of the committee have changed along with the time that I have, so I keep an eye on it here. But I'm happy to see that we're doing something. I'm a little concerned about how things get changed. Just when I think I know the rules change. The Mill Pond Pool. I was going through some old papers, and in 2018, I had minutes from the Parks and Rec Department about the pool and what we were going to do about the pool. Prior to that, I sat through informational meetings when Mr. DeMayo first became our superintendent about the changes that needed to be made at Churchill Park. I am in complete agreement that something has to be done. But I also question again, are we not going through the permanent municipal building committee? Are we just disregarding that? Is it not going to be? I'd just like to know how we get to where we are. It seems it's everything is being done is not the way I knew it. I know it's a new day in Newington, but I'm a little bit confused. So if you can give me some guidance on that. Talking about guidance, I was at an Economic Development Commission meeting too the other night. And they seem to be floundering because they're asking me what I think that they should be doing. I don't know what their charge is. I mean, there's got to be some direction somewhere. And maybe they can come before you or somebody from the department. I'm thinking that Eric probably knows, but it was Andy Brecker that usually led those discussions, and I hadn't been going to the meetings for a while. But for them to ask me what they should be doing, I don't think I'm the one to give them any guidance. Thank you very much. Oh, and before I forget, I asked Scott to thank everybody that came, because I was upstairs at ethics and he did it, but I want to thank them personally because it's nice to see that they're not only talking on Facebook, that they have made the commitment to come up here and speak to you and let you know how they feel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the telephone, you can get the telephone down here.
John, what you do?
John Donahue, 28 Maple Hill Ave. I was looking at the agenda and I am surprised that there is a Mill Pond Building Committee pool presentation tonight. When, as far as I know, the Mill Pond Building Pool Committee was never dissolved. Stunned because I am the chairman of that committee. So if something happened where the committee was dissolved, I'm unaware. And I thought that would have to be brought up in a council meeting and I haven't seen it. So I just want to know if there's a new committee, as Rose had stated. If there is a new committee, it should go through the permanent building committee. And, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room or Zoom that would like to participate in public participation?
Helly DeHaas, 45 Lincoln Road. I'm speaking tonight with concerns about the proposed Town of Newington Pride Committee. I heard it was raised at the last meeting and then tabled for tonight, although I know it's not on the agenda tonight. I'm hoping that's because it was potentially reconsidered. I'd like to point out that it's not anybody's responsibility to affirm or celebrate another person, and it never was. Holding town-sponsored events geared towards the purpose of essentially demanding the general public celebrate and affirm others that fall under specific categories has become oppressive. I'm also concerned about what guardrails for the events will be in place and who will enforce them. How are you ensuring that events are being handled respectfully and tactfully? We returned to Newington to start our family. In the last few years, we feel that we cannot do that within the morals and values we hold, since the boundaries of our family are being trampled on for political posturing and catering to specific groups of individuals. We saw it in the school system this year, and now I fear with a committee, we will see an ever increasing frequency around town. We feel it is inappropriate for our child, who is a minor, to be exposed to sexual orientations and identities. I support the right of an individual to live their life in a way that makes them happy. And I respect the right of all families to raise their children in a way that fits within their morals and values. I respect those boundaries by not pushing my personal views on others or their children. I expect that same respect to be returned to me and my family, including by those elected to make decisions for our town on behalf of everyone. Unfortunately, my approach is not always reciprocated, and my rights as a person and a parent are being disregarded. I don't want to have to keep my child locked away for an entire month of the summer or at any time during the year to avoid exposure to sexual topics and displays. Unfortunately, there are too many questions surrounding the proposed committee that don't have answers. And at this time, I can't support its implementation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. and apparently I'm a political pundit. I would just like to assure a certain someone and all of you that this was not politically motivated, and that I did take note that our Republican side was also standing up for the Garfield project. So to me, really always, when I come here to speak, it is not because I'm a Republican, an ex-Democrat, none of that. I do it for what's good for the town. And I hope that you too make your decisions, what's good for the town. That's what's good for your party and people higher in your party. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Steve Ellis, 105 Robbins Ave. I just want to second what she had to say because I'm a little concerned about the reach of pride in the community and the kids. I don't think it's always appropriate to have these discussions. Some of these discussions, if you or I tried them in the office place, we'd be in a lot of trouble. So with that said, yeah, I just wanted to reaffirm her and say we need to have discussion if we're going to expand on that, please. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room or over Zoom that would like to speak in public participation? Seeing none, we will move on to remarks by counselors on public participation. Anybody have any comments?
Was there any?
Oh, I'm sorry, was there any email correspondence?
There was one from Greg Strentz.
I don't know that it came to me. They asked.
They didn't give me
I
that.
don't think they asked for it to be read in.
He was within time. I do not remember him asking Greg.
He didn't ask.
I don't have anything from him.
Right,
but-
okay.
I think we should read that into the record. There are no I touched base with Jamie earlier this week. The rules around whether or not residents need to read these things, asked to read these things into the record are shaky. And so given that it was sent to us within the allotted timeframe and that it is relevant to something on the agenda, I think it's appropriate that it be read into the record. I can certainly get it up.
Okay.
Okay. I believe there were two letters. One.
That was passed.
That was passed against.
Yeah.
There were two letters, one for.
There were two.
I don't have any letters from We're anybody. bending rules again.
So we're gonna read one, but not the, okay.
Well, it was within the
I
time.
know, but we're bending rules again where it says that the public should be asked to be read into the record because we haven't done that previously. And there were letters last meeting, the meeting before, but if that's what you want to do, go ahead.
I mean, I'll just reference I don't want to belabor, but I'll just reference the public hearing notice. Written comments and questions may be submitted to the town council up to 24 hours prior to the meeting at 200 Garfield Street or via email at the council email. It doesn't reference anything relative to requesting it be included. That is in our council rules and procedure, but that is relative to regular and special meetings, not to public hearings.
But it should have been then read at the public hearing. And not now in public participation. But go ahead.
But go ahead.
Read it.
Okay. Dear Mayor Trister and members of the Town Council, this is from Greg Ostrinsky, 267 Audubon Avenue. I have a long field day scheduled for Tuesday, June 11th, and so in anticipation that I won't be able to participate in person, I wanted to send this email to show my support for the purchase of the OFI property located at 28 Garfield Street. I work as an environmental scientist, helping to remediate polluted soil and groundwater. I have participated in and led emergency response for petroleum spills, and so understand the need for having prompt and effective direction when an emergency arises. Several times I've arrived to spill sites to find that the facility did not have the required immediate response materials or plans in place, resulting in a robust remediation that could have been prevented by a more timely response. One of the arguments I see frequently is that we already have several locations available for an emergency operations center, but these are not dedicated rooms. Setting up an EOC is not an easy task, and hours can be lost setting up computers and workspaces that with a dedicated facility should only require pressing a power button and typing in a password. Speaking from experience, a few hours can be a very long time during an emergency. A $1 million grant was awarded to the town to aid in the construction of a dedicated EOC. While this money must go to the EOC itself, expanding the space the town has for human services is an excellent bonus to the windfall our town has received. Newington is growing with 108 new housing units on Cedar Street, 151 units on Payne Road, and 269 units on the Turnpike. Assuming a conservative 2 people per unit, that is at least 1,059 new residents in Newington. The future development of the National Welding Site and 50-acre Hartford Healthcare property will certainly increase that. Choosing to expand town services now is the financially responsible path forward. As our town grows, property will only increase in price, and future residents will not have the opportunity of $1 million federal grant to help offset needed updates. Having a dedicated town emergency operations center is an excellent addition to the town, allowing us to be able to respond accordingly to any situation that may rise without delay. The bonus of increasing space for human services in our growing town adds to the benefit of this decision. I am fully support of the purchase of 28 Garfield Street by the town. Thank you for your time.
Point of order. When was the public hearing reopened?
Thank you.
That was the subject of the public hearing. I'd say allowed to speak if you're all money.
Thank you.
You folks need to understand rules. You know with this. You read that because it's important to your position.
Thank you very much. We're gonna keep it moving here. On to agenda item 6, remarks by councilors on public participation. Anybody have any comments? Councilor Tiniakis.
Hey, I just want to say thank you to everyone who stuck around for the regular meeting. I'm not going to speak to OFI right now because we have time to discuss it when we get to that on the agenda. But I just wanted to thank you guys for coming out. To the concerns about the Pride Committee, I respect your opinions about the Pride Committee, and I applaud you for coming out here and being honest. So moving forward, I hope that we can just formulate something that will work for everybody and make just, something that the entire town can enjoy while making everyone feeling comfortable with what is actually happening with it. But that's all I had to say. So thank you guys.
Sorry. Thank you. Councilor Mackey?
Just to Mr. Bowles, earlier comments, it seemed like a long time ago. That flyer that was in your mailbox was not our flyer. We did not put it there. We did not produce it. We didn't distribute it. Someone else did, and I can't speak for anybody else in this responsibility, but it's not us that did it, so. I would have spelled everything wrong. It was me.
Councilor Plur.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rada. I also want to thank folks that came out for the public hearing. I'll reserve my comments on OFI for the discussion that we have in the meeting. With regards to the Pride Committee, thank you for coming out. There's a lot of discussion online about these kinds of things, and I don't think it's always especially helpful. So I think having these discussions here is actually very beneficial. And to Councilor Tiniakos's points, I know that we can, come to a place where we can have the discussion about what best suits the needs of our community. I want to speak to a few things. It's not on the council agenda this evening because I know that there is staff still working on some of the language there. We want to be able to do it right. So that's why it is not on the agenda. But I want to speak to why it's necessary, and this may be somewhat premature because we will have this discussion at another time. It was a topic of a public comment. This is response to public comments.
Continue, please.
Thank you. So, despite the 2015 Supreme Court case in Obergefell that legalized same-sex marriage across the country, before that decision was made, 35 states had laws criminalizing same-sex marriage or not permitting it under law. 20 states and 4 territories currently permit the dangerous and harmful practice of conversion therapy, with 3 other bans in law currently being challenged and unable to come into effect in 3 other states. 25 states have established laws or policies banning evidence-based healthcare, with 39% of transgender youth that have living in states that have passed bans, including 6 states where providing that kind of care is a felony. 31 states and 5 territories do not currently prohibit the use of the so-called gay panic defense, which claims that the victim's sexual orientation and or gender identity contributed to a defendant's actions. 7 states explicitly censor discussions of LGBTQ people or issues in school curriculum. 64 countries across the world criminalize same-sex marriage and criminalize gay people, with many imposing prison time or the death penalty. And while here in the United States, the American Psychological Association only in 2012 reclassified those living as transgender as not having a mental disorder. In Peru, just 2 weeks ago, the health minister there said that transgender people are mentally ill. So it hasn't been long on top of that, we have, since we have had a majority here at this table that didn't think raising the flag or having these discussions around pride was worth a vote by this council. So all of these things come together to me to say a few things. One, that these issues and this community are under attack repeatedly, continually, every day, here in Newington and elsewhere. And it also tells me again that here in Newington, these issues aren't without consequence. We have something like a Pride Committee, not because we have LGBTQ people coming to the council chambers and requesting that this be a part of our discussions or requesting that their identities be made front and center. We have these discussions because those identities remain a part of the public discussion, central to the public discussion, with laws that criminalize people in the community, or with graffiti that has slurs on it written on our street signs or in our parks, or with bullying in our schools on the basis of people's identities right now in our neighborhoods, in our schools. This is not removed from our experience here. So I just want to affirm that, and I hate to go on, but frankly, as someone who has grown up in this town, I am proud to stand with a council that raised that flag last week. And I'm proud, hopefully, to move forward with something like a Pride Committee so we can really, truly support those that have felt themselves attacked in this community for too long. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Floyd. Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to respond to, let's see, Rose Lyons, just a couple of comments. You made a good point about process relative to the Pride Committee. And out of respect to the very good points that Councilor Mankey and others made about us not being following procedure with agenda and including them, everyone's input in terms of structure, financing was brought up, budgeting, how do we account transparently for any monies that are raised or donated? We delayed that, and thanks to Janet Murphy, who said she would look into the proper structure for that. And thank you, Tim and others, for your valuable feedback on that. So we are going to move forward with that, and we appreciate the feedback on process. As far as the Mill Pond Pool Committee, we can talk about that when we get there, but our intent, my intention, and others at this table is to have, we want to have a more holistic view of our pool situation. I know Councilor Mankey's mentioned that a few times when we talked about this before. Let's not just focus on one and find out in a few years that we've got a problem with the other. We already know we have a problem with the other, and we're talking about a lot of money potentially for both. So we want to come up with a holistic view on that, and we can come back to that. I would disagree respectfully that economic development is floundering. My understanding, and I watched that meeting as well, and I appreciate always, Rose, your comments and others, that the economic development is getting started with new members, and there's going to be a learning curve, and hopefully they will consult folks who have led that committee and led it well in the past, and hopefully they can improve things even more for the town and dovetail their behavior, their activities synergistically with all stakeholders in the town for true economic development, to continue true economic development. A lot has been done and will continue to be done. I just, in respect to the, and I'm sorry, ma'am, I missed your name, but who brought up the Pride Committee. I can just say I was at the Pride Day and the parade in Middletown, and they had vendors and they had music and they had people of all kinds of colors, and there were kids and families and grandparents. And it was a beautiful, safe, Family Day. And as someone with family who's in the LGBTQIA plus community, I'm proud to be part of this effort. I'm proud to be learning. I'm a member of PFLAG. I'm also learning. It's a learning curve. And I know that we can do this for all the reasons previously stated that are urgent and are relative to, without being dramatic, the saving of lives and raising people up. And we can do it safely for everyone, kids and everyone involved. As a father of four, I would take that seriously as well and respectfully. And I would agree with Ms. Havens, you know, your point about this debate not being political. We've heard from Republicans and Democrats who support this plan. We've heard from Republicans and Democrats who are against this plan. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I appreciate that comment. And I don't see this as political. I see it as an honest debate about financing and about the plan itself and the scope of the project and the value now and the value moving forward. And I plead complete ignorance about the details of an EOC. There are a lot of people in this room with more information, and certainly our town staff have educated us along the way, and we appreciate that. And there's a lot more to be said about the EOC, but I'll reserve those comments when we get to that point. But thank you, everyone. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other remarks by councilors? All right, seeing none, we will move on to our next agenda item, consideration of old business. Agenda item 7A, purchase of 28 Garfield Street, 824 report. At this point, we'll probably open up the floor for comment from councilors. Any questions or concerns, or should we just go through the motion?
I think we
start that. Councilor Page, you want to read the first resolution?
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby approves the special appropriation ordinance number 2325-01, an ordinance adopting a special appropriation for the purchase of 28 Garfield Street for the purchase of 3.137 acre property located at 28 Garfield Street, Newington, Connecticut.
Motion by Councilor Page.
Second.
Second by Councilor Kiniakis. Any discussion by councilors? Councilor Menke.
I just have to admit, I've gone back and forth on this over and over again. I've always supported an EOC. I've always supported a separate standalone EOC. I've always supported the purchase of 28 Garfield Street. I guess and there was a time in my political career when I voted with the majority with Councilor Minor to take money that's already been appropriated and put it to a building project. And we know that turned into a lawsuit and a lot of upheaval for the town. For me, I guess what made my decision whether to support this or not, what is the second resolution, which again, I didn't have any control over, I was told this would be on the agenda on Thursday, where it states that Human Services is going to move into the extra space there. I would assume to furbish the space for Human Services, the other 7,000 square feet or whatever it comes out to be, there's some costs associated with. And I think we can all agree that it's like the elephant in the room. There's costs to refurbish that space. But nowhere in our proposal does it talk about those costs. In fact, if you look at the legal opinion, and I wish we had the attorney here because I would like to ask him about that. But if you look at the legal opinion, the last sentence says, it should also be noted that this legal opinion would be different if the town attempted to make multiple special appropriations toward the same project over a period of years. And the total of these appropriation exceeds the 1.5 cap. So we're up to, I think, pretty close to the cap at this point, but somewhere down the line, someone's gonna have to pay to refurbish that space for other uses. Or we're gonna have to let it sit vacant. So somewhere down the road, someone's gonna have to come to it for another appropriation to do that. And if we're gonna do that, I think we should just go to referendum at this point and be done with it. So I will not support this.
Councilor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going over my notes from everybody's comments, just to make sure that I just wanted to respond in no particular order. Chris Minor's comments about the environmental study, really good questions about the environmental study and any possible problems we could have with the site. It needs to be vetted. It needs to be looked at in terms of any other surprises. And my understanding from our ongoing discussions from our town staff is that much like buying a house, there would be further inspections to make sure that any of those issues would be addressed. And we've talked certainly in our caucus that if anything came to light that went over the 1.5 or was a safety or other environmental or other concern, that would be a problem for this project. And that would then change course. And so there's time for that, is my understanding. Certainly, we're not going to just hand over a check and not do that kind of inspection. I too, and we've talked about this in our caucus, and Councilor Mankey, you raised good points. I don't disagree completely with your points about cost. I think that this is one of the thorny things about this project. We started to speak under Mayor Beth and under Mr. Chapman's leadership, as others have referenced, and I've referenced in the past, about this project. The spirit of the conversation, at least initially, and I think has continued at least to be one of the threads running through this, is that, and as this is part of our plan of development, it's consistent with our plan of development as well, which is that separate from any debate and finger pointing about this town hall and its capacity to provide the space to function appropriately relative to our need and our growing needs, separate from that, because that's been beaten to death. The way I see this, and again, completely understand Councilor Mankey and others' comments here tonight about the known, unknown unknowns is with cost, is that I think over the next 30 years, we're going to need more space. We're going to need more space for our town government. And with all respect to Mr. Bashand about smaller government, I get that. And I don't necessarily disagree. You might laugh. I'm a Democrat. Okay. We can make jokes about that all night. I got it. But in my view, there's one thing about growing government or expanding, in this case, this government. We govern and this is our infrastructure just because it feels good. And that's what we do, I guess, right? We just, some would say, well, you're just growing government. That's your ideology. When I came into this position 3 years ago, plus or minus, I was presented this plan as a potentially solid plan. And it wasn't about ideology of growing government or shrinking government, or just, and again, get the points about we get $1 million, so we spend $3 million. It was about what are the needs of this town? What are the needs from an emergency standpoint, from a safety standpoint? And yes, I said in the first public hearing, so it wasn't a secret from me for anyone who said we've kept this a secret. Yes, it is in part to have more space so our government and our town hall and the services we provide to folks can be done better and more effectively and so forth. But from the beginning, the goal was to look at a project which would meet those needs over the next 30 years. And the thing that I am still uncomfortable with tonight, and I support this project, but I'm still uncomfortable with this and I've lost a little sleep over it and I will continue to, is some of those unknowns. And I am of the opinion that we don't vote no on this tonight because we don't have all the data. And you can accuse me of being irresponsible. That's fine. I say this because, look, if this was easy and if this was to win friends and influence people, I would vote no tonight. Because there's a lot of energy in this room against this, in part because of the unknowns, because that's our money that we're voting on. And I get that. But I'm afraid that if we voted no for those reasons, given the data we've been provided by our town staff who have vetted this thoroughly for years, that we would be missing a tremendous opportunity for this town, not just for an EOC, which is vitally important, but also for the ancillary services that this town, I believe strongly would regret in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. We look back and we say, somebody else has that space. And what could the town have done with that space? We've talked at some point about, and we're going to talk more tonight about a pool, but also about a library expansion. We've talked ad infinitum about parking issues and wringing our hands over that. We've got 100 new parking spots over there. And yes, it's a lot of money for parking spots. I get it. But we have so many opportunities, I think, with this space, and it is part of our plan of development. I do support it. I could go on, and I would like to respect everyone, and I'm happy to speak with people more individually, everyone who's spoken, but I don't want to gobble up any more time. I've rambled on. But I do support this. I think overall it is good for our town, and I'm committed, if I'm still sitting here, I may or may not be, that I would take very, very seriously, as a taxpayer and as a leader, an elected leader, the discussion in the next couple of years, whenever the time is right, to steward our resources so that the walls and the offices and whatever needs to be done in that building provide services so that the department can provide services, whether it's human services or some other space, can be done fiscally responsibly and benefit all our town. So I'm in support of this, and it isn't an easy decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tiniakis.
So yeah, we've heard a lot from our town staff. We've heard a lot from the public on this. Being one of the new counselors, this is kind of just thrown at my desk some months ago. So at first I had no idea what an OFI building even was. Right? I didn't even know where OFI was. Never mind, it's like a EOC. But then after many executive sessions and then info from the town staff that's been working on this, I did start to see the net benefit to the town. I do agree that it would be nice if we could have more detailed descriptions about costs, like, price points for everything, what the renovations are going to be. But with the timing of this, with the property transaction and then the grant coming up, it's just not something that's plausible. It stinks to say. It definitely would like more time. We asked about, just refiling. We asked, about just letting this pass, and we were told by town staff that if we don't do anything with this grant, if we go to reapply, that they'll likely not give it to us. Thousands of towns in this country apply for these kinds of grants, and we were told that if we squander this one, then they'll likely not give it to us again. Do I know that's true? I've never applied for a grant or anything like that, but I'm going to trust our town staff. I have no reason to think that they're lying to us for some reason. So I believe them at that point. And at the end of the day, with the benefits that come with this, I think that it's a good thing for the town. I think that it will provide more opportunity for an EOC to be actually used effectively, and then subsequently for other departments in town to utilize the space and operate in a more efficient manner. Now, with that being said, yeah, I will vote yes for this. And I do think that as time goes on, it will be a net benefit for the town itself.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Draco.
Oh, yeah, as this project started, I don't know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever, it was for basically a standalone building on that green space, by the way, which we kind of argued against. And then, we pushed town staff to go back and say, does it have to be a standalone building? Can it be substantial renovations, which the town council pushed staff to go back and kind of renegotiate or get clarification. I too totally get the benefits of having an EOC, but as this project has morphed, to me, it's become, it really has become, I think the more substantial need is the space in the town hall. I mean, I'm going to just say what I feel I'm hearing and seeing. And particularly given some of the comments from the public who have been involved in EOCs and who are questioning, let's say, the amount of space necessary. And this building now, the EOC is a small part of it. The majority is going to be for town departments. And I get it and we need it. But it's kind of come, I kind of look, when the town hall basically is, you know, a community center with some offices attached to it. And I'm beginning to see this as not necessarily the EOC, but the EOC with then being able to expand the town hall, which is fine and we need. And as it's morphed into that in my mind and in my vision, I think a couple of the speakers said, let's do it right. If it is truly because other town departments, and maybe it is human services, all of a sudden it seems to be embedded that it has to be human services. Has a study really been done that that's the right department to move? Has the study, you know, it says it's $6,000 to move them, but human services requires refrigeration, requires freezers, requires this, requires that. I don't believe that's the true project cost of moving, you know, human services. And again, the refurnishing the space that will be vacated in this building, how much is that going to cost? There's all what initially started out as a, you know, 1.2 or 1.8, whatever expenditure is now all these pieces are going to be added on over the next several years, and it's going to morph into something a little bit more or a lot more. And I think that let's admit it for what it is. Say we need the EOC. Does it need to be that big? Maybe, maybe not. Does it? What departments will be best? I truly think that we do have more time. It seems to be the push is because we don't want to get into the appropriations for next year. And is that because maybe there's some hidden appropriations that are already been kind of allocated for next year to them? I don't know. But if that's the only reason we have to vote on it tonight, I just think there's too many unknowns at this point where we could maybe get a little bit more clarity. If the only reason we need to do it tonight is because we don't want to go into next year's appropriations, which we shouldn't even have. There seems to be a very much of a fear of that. And that kind of makes me a little bit nervous as to have their ideas already been thrown around about that. But what also kind of surprised me a little bit is the stakeholders, because even in the frequently answered questions, quite frankly, I assumed that EMS, I assumed the police, I assumed that the fire department were at least consulted in terms of location, needs, space needs, whatever. I'm hearing that they weren't. I'd like clarification on that. I think we can slow down a little. And right now I can't vote yes, maybe I can't vote no, but I certainly don't have enough of the information, the clear and the total financials to say, what is this really going to cost? And can it be done a little bit more effectively? And if it really is for space needs for the town hall, whatever, let's do it right. Let's not do it piecemeal but anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor Greco, Councilor Menke.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this any longer. Just a few points. Again, the legal opinion says that if we appropriate more money over the years to put to this project, it puts us over the referendum threshold. So just picture we get put over the referendum threshold and then it goes to referendum and it fails. Now we own a building for 1.8 million we can't do anything with because it failed referendum. I mean, does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me, I guess. And I want to be clear. I always thought we needed an EOC, and I like that space because it's close to town hall. It's a great space, and it just could be part of the campus, if you will. I did hear some rumblings, and I don't know any information about this, but there's an easement in that space, and Mr. Bowles said something about that they let the church park there. Is that the case? Do they have an easement to be able to park there when they want? Would that preclude us from putting a bus there or putting our parking there if we had something? Somebody mentioned that I think it was the page mentioned it helps our parking, but not if the church is parking in the same spot that we're having a function at the park at the same time. And then who gets priority? I think that's an issue that I think it comes to me. And Councilor Page, I hope you weren't saying that I'm just voting no because I'm placating the people in the room. That has never been my style. It's never, the last time I voted yes, when people said I should have voted no, Ms. Havens put me on Facebook as one of the nasty six that voted for something she didn't like, and it ruined my day. I I forget, sounds forgiven, but I have never in my life voted yes or no based on what the public in the room voted. You can, certainly we've had many budget discussions when there's been 1,000 people in the audience saying I should pass a budget, and I voted never passed just because there are people in the audience. So that's my piece.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Nagel.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the comments that have been made by the public, things that were brought to my mind that I had not thought of, questions that have come up. I also appreciate all the hard work that staff has done over the years from the original concept, which seems to have morphed into one thing and then another over time for one reason or another. And I find, without going into great detail as others have, that I've become more and more conflicted in terms of what is the best thing to do, no matter which way one wants to go, having an EOC or not having an EOC. I don't have enough information at the moment, given all the new things that come forth, all the new questions, all the unanswered things that hadn't come before the counselors had not thought of. So rather than going details, I don't have enough information to be able to make a decision best for the town of Newington at this particular time. And if this comes up for a vote tonight, I will abstain.
Counselor Nagel. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank folks again for coming out tonight and sharing in this process. It's been a lengthy process, as you can tell, looking at the exhaustive timeline that staff has put together, and others, Mayor Del Buono and others speaking to the timeline here, how long this has taken. It's been several years coming. And I really want to uplift staff one more time for their diligence in continuing to move this project forward despite many challenges and many barriers. That being said, I have made no secret of my singular and strong concern relative to the cost of renovation for human services. I have raised that concern publicly. The folks know here at this table, I've raised it privately as well, often. And so I retain that concern. And at the end of the day, I don't think there's anything malicious happening. There's no transparency issue. Our staff and us as a council here inheriting this project, 6 months ago, has done the best that we could to get all of the information available to us. And dang nabbit, we've done a hell of a job at getting all that information ahead of the hearing last week or 2 weeks ago and this hearing this evening. So I want to, again, uplift that. But at the end of the day, when there are externalized costs and there are costs that cannot be accounted for, that is money that we will have to ask the taxpayer for in the future. And hardworking taxpayers deserve, I think, answers as to how those funds are being expended, and not just for our sake as a town, but for their own sake, in terms of how they plan, in terms of the taxes that they have to pay. So those things together, I again want to say, I emphasize we need a dedicated EOC. Our current EOC infrastructure does not meet the needs of our community. It does not meet the needs of our town and its evolving needs as a community. And on top of it, we as a town, I think, need expanded space for human services if that's the department that's going to be in this space, because those needs as a community are increasing too, with all those new apartments, all the new needs, all of that together. I don't want to discount any of that, but at the end of the day, I don't think that this is sufficient information in front of us in terms of the cost for those renovations. And so for that reason, I am going to certainly not vote yes this evening. Thank you.
Counselor. Deputy Mayor Rada.
Thank you. I've been listening over the last several sessions, both in public participation, when you've come before us during a regular meeting, or the forums that we've had, the public hearings as we had tonight and as we had 2 weeks ago. So much discussion has gone on, and it's not a question of transparency, but it was a question of executive session. And for those of you who don't understand executive session, and I think most of you do, that what is discussed and what is brought forward and what is discussed in executive session, it's like Las Vegas, it stays in executive session. And we are breaching rules of confidentiality if we speak to that. Mayor Del Buono shaking her head because she was part, we were in the previous term, all part of that. I appreciate everyone's concerns. I appreciate everyone coming out, emailing, calling in. Thank you, Rose, for being here in person. And I share some of those concerns. I'll be very, very honest. I appreciate what Ms. Havens had to say regarding this, her concerns and her comments not being partisan. And I feel I respect that. I understand that because I'm speaking from a nonpartisan position right now. This is not a Republican agenda. It's not a Democratic agenda. It's not a council agenda, a present council agenda. This is something that was brought forth for the good of the community with all intent of providing the resources that are needed and will be needed even more so in the future because, as we've all talked about, the expansion of the number of residents and the buildings that are happening in our community and that will continue to happen, minus the green space that we are going to throw our bodies across to maintain. There are unknowns, and that concerns me. It's always concerned me. They're questions like Councilor Plourd and many others that we've had, that we've discussed in terms of final tallies and final numbers. Some of those, and those of you who lived through the town hall building, understand that there needs to be a level of somewhat flexible mindset, knowing that things will change and things will adapt over time, not to the tune of millions of dollars. But there are unknowns and there will be unknowns. But my concerns are feeling comfortable knowing that we are going to have a building that will house an EOC adequately, but also have an opportunity to provide space, much needed space for other departments or a department. So that this will benefit the entire community. Another concern that I have had, and I've spoken about it, at least in our caucus, and I haven't been shy about it, is that I'm concerned that that the conversation includes fire department, police department, EMS, who will all be called out and will all be participating in any kind of event that takes place, drills that take place, trainings that take place, whether it be cataclysmic, whether it be a weather disaster, whether it be an event in town that we have to prepare for. I am very conflicted after long and hard consideration and conversation and thought put into what people have said, what my concerns are. I'm not sure if I'm able to vote on this tonight because for me, there are questions that are unanswered. This does not mean that I am opposing an EOC. It means that I feel as though we need some additional time, additional discussion, and getting all our eggs in a row or ducks in a basket. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you, Counselor, Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry. Counselor Tiniakis.
I forgot to mention a few, just two things. I want to talk to in regards to an extension. I know we've heard people say that we could just ask for an extension, but from our town staff, we've been told that the only way to get an extension is to have work done on the project to show FEMA that we need an extension. But obviously we can't ask for an extension if we don't do this. So we can't do that. And then I want to address, there's been comments that there's like special appropriations lined up for next year in regards to this project. That's news to me. I haven't think anyone has said anything about that specifically. I can tell you, and this will be more towards the town staff that's working this project. So we've been given a number for how much it's going to cost. So in the future, if you were to ask us for more money, I'm not going to support that. I think that I'm trusting you right here that this is what it's going to cost, given the information that you provided. So if we do have special appropriations lined up for that, like, I don't understand why we would, because I'm going to trust them now that that is the amount that it's going to take to get the renovations done. So I wanted to say that too.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodrigo.
Yeah, when I was talking about the special appropriations, I wasn't attaching it to this project. I was just saying that we do have the opportunity for 2 special appropriations next year. So if this doesn't pass tonight, we can still get a special appropriation if we delay it for a meeting or 2 meetings. That's what I was saying, is that we do have the opportunity next year, assuming that there's no other special appropriations that are, in the shadows, and I'm sure there isn't. But secondly, I just want to ask Jamie, it does seem that at least some of us feel that we don't have enough information to maybe just vote yes or no. By voting, if a no vote happens, does that mean that this proposal cannot be resurrected?
That we're gonna have to review the charter language on that, because this is an ordinance, not a resolution. So I'm not comfortable. Yeah, go ahead.
So may I respond?
Yes, sir.
Just, I didn't want to be out of order. I'm prepared to table this today, if that's the sentiment, both your side and ours, and the sentiment as those expressed. I'm prepared to table this so that we don't risk jeopardizing this. And quite frankly, I'm waiting until I'm called up. But I just want to say that so it doesn't risk killing it completely.
Right.
But sorry, thank you.
Very good. Deputy Mayor
Well, Counselor Page, you are reading my mind, I think. Must be scary thought for you.
We've been working together too long.
I know. But we don't know the total cost. And as I said before, we probably won't know the last dollar and cent until this gets underway. That said, I agree with Counselor Tiniakos that no, do I want to have this come back to the council and with a request for X number of dollars now to do this and then further appropriation to do that? No, that's messy. It's unnecessary. And I think it's, I hate to use the word disingenuous, but that would be the appearance. I feel that this needs to be tabled this evening so that we can have greater time to due diligence. This does not mean that I feel this needs to go to referendum, because I do agree with what I have read and what I have heard and my consideration of the charter in terms of not needing referendum for this to pass, but to be a vote of the council. But I do feel that there needs to be, considering what we've all said and gauging what people's concerns are, my feeling is that we table this vote. And that we all have a list of additional items and activities that need to be done. And I think we need to address some of these, and then we can come back with something that I will feel is a much stronger document and a much stronger understanding of what this is and what it can be and how beneficial a resource this will be to our community, because I firmly believe that. I absolutely do. I just feel that I would be more comfortable if I had more information and that we had a greater discussion and reached out to other entities that are and will be a part of anything that takes place around the EOC.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Counselor Page.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. After speaking at length with our town staff, I'm not convinced that I'm not convinced that it's physically possible, based on everything I've heard so far, to get details on what it will cost to build office space in that 7,000 plus or minus square feet for whatever department goes in. And just to say the resolution we're going to read, I don't know if we're still going to read it at this point, about human services is non-binding the way it's written. It's out of respect to the town staff ultimately making that decision. We wouldn't make that decision. We make broader policy, and the town staff and the town manager now and current would make those decisions, when we don't micromanage that. Anyone here doesn't micromanage that. I still would say I would have been prepared to vote on this in the affirmative tonight. We can't know everything about this project, and that raises people's anxiety. I get it, because it's our money, it's our pocketbooks, but we cannot know all the details. We may in 2 weeks come back with more details based on all the good points raised by folks, both Democrat and Republican tonight. But we are not going to answer all the questions in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks or 8 weeks. And that's why I think I'm disappointed that we're going to table this. I understand people's anxiety on all sides of the issue. We get anxious when we're going to make a big purchase. I get anxious Christmas shopping, let alone spending $1.8 million or more on a big building down the road. But I'm not going to be any less anxious, and I don't think y'all will be less anxious in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks, because we're not going to have all the data. And yes, we've got a tenant who's going to be there for another, I believe, 9 months. And then once they vacate, we're not going to be able to get our people in there for the remaining 3 months of that year, 12 months. And then we know how construction goes. It's going to be another, I'm guessing, having had some work done at my house, 3, 6, 12 months before walls are up and phones and desks are in, and we've got human services or whatever department is in that other space, as well as EOC. So we're not going to have those numbers, folks. And as I said before, and then I'll stop, as while that you may say, well, that's irresponsible. How can you vote yes when you don't have all those numbers? Well, I think it's irresponsible to turn this project down with all the benefits, all the proximity, the parking, the building, the opportunities to provide services to our town, emergency and otherwise, because we don't have all those details. And we are going to have to come back in those couple of years and say, we got to put walls up for whatever department. We've got to put a desk in each room, and we've got to have the FF&E and all those things that they talk about. And that's a reality. I don't know how to feel better about that. And I don't know how to make anybody else feel better about that. But when I look at the project over its potential impact for the next 20 or 30 years for every one of us, I think, to me, it's an absolute yes, and I feel very good about it. And I'm okay as a taxpayer saying, let me know in 2 years what needs to be done to accommodate the rest of that space. And I think we would be happy to do that. I think most of us would feel good about that. And I think it's wisdom. It's a wise decision if we look long term. It's a scary decision right now, and I get it. And we'll table it tonight, but I'm disappointed, and I appreciate everybody's input. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gonzalez.
I raised my hand, I put my hand down, I raised my hand, I put my hand down, probably 10 times. I have gone back and forth on this I can't even tell you, I have had countless sleepless nights thinking about this. My family thinks I'm nuts. I want to do the right thing for the town. I don't care, and I've said this a lot of times about Republican and Democrat. And this issue truly is not about a party. I think people have some fair questions about costs. I don't know that we are going to get those exact answers. I don't think we should be voting on something unless we all feel like we're confident in what we're voting on. I think it is in the best interest of the town, but I can understand wanting to have numbers. Hopefully we can table this, talk, come together and see if there's something that we're never going to make everyone happy, but see if there's something that we can do that people are going to be comfortable with. Not trying to do anything, like people said, special appropriations and all that stuff. That's not on the books. That's not happening. It's really a question of if this is the right thing to do or not for the town. And I think it is. And how we go about doing it maybe is the issue. I'm not sure. As for people, being involved, the fire department, the police department, the EMS and everybody else, I get that. And I truly, truly, truly trust the staff that have given us the information. I don't think that they did not include them to be, for any reason other than that it was the purchase of the building. I was told, and I believe, that everyone was going to come to the table if the building was purchased and find out what everyone felt was right. And to me, that makes sense, as we don't need all of those departments on the purchasing of the building, but we certainly need to know what their input is on what's going to be put into the building. Somebody mentioned what was going to be covered by this money. I don't even, everyone's talked. I'm not really sure who did that, but we can be clearer on that as far as, I believe it's, the air conditioning, yes, the electrical, yes, and all that stuff is included in that price, I believe. But I think maybe we come back with more facts and see what happens. And I have a question. If we table this tonight, when does this come back?
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
It waits 2 weeks. We don't get our information. Like, what's the process?
It stays on the agenda for another 2 weeks.
So we don't have like a special meeting once we have the information that we all need. This goes 2 more weeks. And what does that do to the timeline for the special appropriations?
Well, we'd have to go in and look at that. Like, that's, I don't think, I mean, I don't.
I just wanted to know, and probably people want to know.
I can answer
I
that.
could, I could just say, and then whoever else wants to say, from the get-go, special appropriations, I didn't even know what that meant. So relatively recently, to be honest, and I don't know of any secret group of people in a cave somewhere who are planning to pull the trigger on another appropriation. I don't care if there's 2 appropriations this year, or calendar year, or next. I was going to vote yes tonight, not because I want to have another appropriation so we can buy something, but because I want to make a decision. And none of us, as I said before, are going to be less anxious enough to make this decision. We've got to make a decision. And if the decision is no, ultimately in 2 weeks, the decision is no. We're all adults, we'll deal with that. But the appropriation to me is not an issue. I don't care about the appropriation. The appropriation is, we need to make a decision as leaders, what is best for this town. And we can't keep wringing our hands and gnashing our teeth and wanting yet more information. Some of the information we will not have in 2 weeks. We didn't have today, we didn't have 2 weeks ago. We're not going to have it. And that's causing anxiety. And this is a momentous opportunity for the town, and appropriation be damned. I just think we need to make a decision.
Thank you, Counselor. Jamie, you have your hand up.
Just to answer Counselor Gonzalez's questions about like the timeline and what this happens. So the town council at its discretion can place this on the next council agenda, the one after that, a special meeting, whatever you want, whatever the town council, that's your discretion when to place it on the agenda. You can take action because it's been introduced. You could take action at the next meeting or the meeting after that, or especially that timeline is up to you at this point. What it does in terms of the special appropriation is it is an ordinance process. So if you had taken action tonight, it would have passed or not passed an ordinance to authorize the special appropriation. An ordinance goes into effect 15 days after it passes. So whether you vote to approve it and it passes, like I said, at the next meeting or upcoming or whenever, it would go into effect 15 days after, whenever that may happen in the future.
Thank you.
Well, I have a couple thoughts. I appreciate everyone that came out tonight and 2 weeks ago, and everyone that sent emails, that's asked questions. It's what I think has been really interesting, at least for me as an observer, particularly as we've seen with our council tonight, is the council and the folks at this table, our concerns and our issues and our questions mirror those of the public, which is, I think, kind of an interesting exercise is to see that, we really, for me, this has always been about what's doing right for the town. What's doing right for the town is also keeping in mind and taking into account those opinions and those ideas that the public offers. So, I mean, that's essential to our job function. I think it's clear that we do not have a consensus on this council. And I think anything that we do that is in the best interest of our town is best done unified. So I am in agreement that I think I would entertain a motion to table this item for a future meeting.
Second.
Any further discussion on tabling this item? Seeing none. What?
You might want to withdraw your motion and your.
Oh,
I would withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second.
AJ had.
I withdraw my second.
All right.
Thank you.
So now I'll entertain a motion to table that.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of tabling the motion? Any opposed? Motion's tabled. Vote of 9-0. Thank you. All right, we will move on to item 7B, ordinance amendment, Article 4. I'm certainly not in any kind of position to vote on this. There's no resolution there. Do we have any update on this?
You wouldn't take action on this. This is also an ordinance amendment. So the action that you may take tonight, if you wish, would be to set the public hearing date and introduce the ordinance. Again, you don't have to do that tonight. The MOU that the council approved back in April expires in September 1st. So really, you'd want to consider this prior to September 1st. You were just getting it on the agenda to get it out there. So you can take action tonight to set a public hearing date if you'd like. Although, let me just check, 'cause I don't see. You're right, there isn't a resolution to set up. But it's also, we're also pending on a legal opinion that was requested on it. So it's fine to continue, just continue it. If
That's what I was.
Conservation?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it sounds like maybe Councilor Menke was gonna say the same thing, I don't know, but which is, we put that out there, we put this out here for the folks to see and for us to digest further, and given what you just said, Jamie, let's just, move it on to the next meeting.
Okay, yeah, so we'll just leave it up there.
Okay.
We don't have to do anything. We don't have to vote. Very good. So we move on to item 7C, Mill Pond Park Pool Project Building Committee. We do have a couple of resolutions for that in the packet. Councilor Floyd, do you want to read the resolution? First one, 7C1.
And I read one at a time.
Yeah, do the first one first and then the second one. I'll do that.
Whereas in order to appoint a new town pool project building committee, the current Mill Pond Park Pool Project Building Committee must be disbanded. Now therefore be it resolved that in accordance with section 8-42 of the Newington Code of Ordinances, the Newington Town Council hereby disbands the Mill Pond Park Pool Project Building Committee. Say that 3 times fast.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Floyd, seconded by Councilor Chiniakis. Any discussion? I see some, Councilor Page.
No, I don't think that was for this one, but
okay.
So I'm good for now.
Okay, very good. Councilor Menke.
I have a couple of comments. First of all, I was notified that this would be on the agenda Thursday by a text from Councilor Page that you decided to put this on the agenda. It wasn't discussed at agenda setting when those things are usually discussed. For But it's okay, it's just your right to put it on the agenda, and you certainly have the votes to do that. My concern though, and we talked about, a lot I heard tonight is about transparency. But the first time the council hears about this is when we get our packets on Friday. We all get our packets on Friday and we hear that the Mill Pond Pool, there's gonna be a new committee. But this morning when I'm sitting down drinking my coffee and reading the minutes of the Parks and Rec meeting, which I couldn't attend because I had another commitment, I noticed, and I'll read this to you. A motion was made by Eileen Francolino to add an item on the agenda, a nomination to appoint one Republican and one Democrat to the Mill Pond Pool Committee. Bill de Blasio seconded the motion passed unanimously. So the Parks and Rec Board knew that there would be a new committee before any of us on the council knew that this isn't even going to be an issue. I further will read under new business, nomination to appoint two Parks and Recreation Board members, one Republican and one Democrat to the Mill Pond Pool Committee. Don Woods made a motion to nominate Eileen Francolino as the Democratic appointee and Carol Anist as a Republican appointee to the Mill Pond Pool Committee. Bill de Blasio seconded the motion passed unanimously. Don Woods congratulated both board members and wished them success in the Mill Pond Pool Committee. My point is how come the Board of Parks and Rec took action to appoint people to a committee that we hadn't even disbanded the other committee yet. We hadn't even appointed a new committee. Again, we talk about transparency. I think this is an example of some people know more than certainly we on this side of the aisle know. And I think that's bad business. I would be opposed. I'm obviously opposed to disbanding the old committee because I think the old committee has some knowledge and some breadth of scope of it. I do agree that we should look at the pools holistically, look at both Churchill and Mill Pond, and not just repair or fix or renovate one and not both, because I think they're both at issue. But I think the way we're going about doing it is wrong. I would also point out that there also is an ordinance that we have a permanent building committee, and that committee was established to take the political bosses on your side and my side out of the picture, where we would appoint people who knew something about construction. I acquiesced to forming a John Wallace separate building committee, even though the permanent building committee was in place, because there was a security issue and it was time sensitive. And I did that in February, and I was encouraged when people on my right-hand side said, yeah, we should look at the permanent building committee and make some changes. We should form a committee and do that. But nothing has been done since February. And frankly, the John Wallace Building Committee, I think only met twice. So in February was really a crisis. We had to get this started right away, but they've only met twice now since February. So you have the most to disband a committee and form a new committee, and I get that. I just think we're going about this wrong, and certainly for the Parks and Rec Board to appoint someone to a committee that the council hasn't even formed yet, seems to me like somebody has some inside knowledge what's going on that we don't have.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to note, Tim, I did text you Friday morning and said, the mayor and I are happy to sit down and talk with you. I got nothing from you. So look, notwithstanding your point, well taken about agenda setting, I get that. And sometimes things are in process, and we weren't ready to get into all the details then, but I was happy to meet with you at that point. As far as this building committee that we're proposing doing away with, this committee has existed for how long? Since when? Does anybody know? 6 years?
Yeah.
How long is it? 3 years, the current committee?
I assume so.
And what have they done? What have they done about the pools? What have they done? Anybody?
Bill DeMaio said he'd come back and give a new plan.
There's been nothing done about the pools. And I'm sick of talking. I'm talking. And that was rhetorical. My point is this. We've done nothing about the pools. We have 65-year-old pools. And Councilor Mankey has made a good point in the past about, and Beth Del Pino, Mayor Beth, about let's not deal with one pool and not deal with the other pool. That would be irresponsible. The intent, as others here can speak to, maybe better than I can, is to dissolve a committee that's done nothing and put together a committee that will do something and bring this to the town holistically for Churchill and Mill Pond, and stop talking about it. Stop talking about reasons why we've got to still talk about it and make a decision about our pools. Finally, show leadership and put our place here, but make our place, make a decision about the pools. We could talk about process, and I agree with you about the agenda setting. And again, that should have been done at the agenda setting. No excuses. I did reach out to you, but if we keep talking about process and this permanent building committee and this committee and that, and not form a committee, I can't speak to what was done at the pool committee, by the way, I'll let others speak to that. But if we don't put something together and start to make decisions with a concrete proposal, then we're going to keep talking about this for another 3 years. And then we're going to wring our hands and make no decisions. We're good at making no decisions. How about we make some decisions and we move forward? And that's what I'm proposing tonight. So thank you.
Councilor Judy Yields, if I can respond. Two things. One, I did get your email on Thursday and your text on Thursday and your text on Friday. Councilor Mayor Schuster and Jamie, I believe, will realize that I was babysitting a 3-year-old and a 9-month-old.
That's a priority.
And that certainly took up both my wife and my time. And then we finally be able to turn over to their parents. I was frankly exhausted. And frankly, your text said we're going to put this on, so there didn't need any sense for discussion. And it was already late because already on the agenda, so there'd be no need for discussion. If we're going to disband committees that haven't done anything, then I believe we should disband the library building committee, because that's been in effect longer. That was in effect, I think Councilor Minor can respond, but I think that was in effect before the town hall building committee started. And so they haven't done anything either. So we should disband them too, if that's the case. I think disbanding a committee because we don't like the results is a bad precedent. But again, you have the votes and you can do that. So I understand that.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak to some of the points that have been made. With regard to Councilor Mankey's points, and Councilor Page mentioned this as well. At the end of the day, this was a discussion we began in the fall. In our time here, it certainly proceeded. I think we said since I've been in the 7th grade, we've been talking about these pools, but we had this discussion in the fall, and members of the public, some of them even here this evening, brought to this council an interest in reviewing both pool sites and having a comprehensive approach to this process and to these projects. And we talked about that in that meeting. We've talked about it at subsequent meetings. And so that's the intent of this committee. Now, with regards to the process here, I can appreciate and understand that agenda setting is the space to have that discussion. But again, we're not going to let 2-3 days prevent this process that has gone on for a long time from moving forward. And so at the end of the day, this committee is an actionable item that allows us to start doing the work of repairing our pools, which I want to say in response to Councilor Mankey's point, the reason that he and perhaps others supported that John Wallace committee, because it was urgent and a matter of security. This is urgent. These pools are going to collapse. I mean, I don't know what it will take but a collapse to get the requisite urgency, but it is urgent. And I, for one, don't want to be in the position, and I know you don't as well, of having to respond to an emergency circumstance because those pools have some structural failure. And that's where we are. That's where we are right now. It's been referenced around the Owens report. Those pools were identified as in the worst condition of any public facility owned by the town of Newington. So we need to be honest about that. We need to take some action on that. And so I'm supportive of this resolution, disbanding the committee, and certainly supportive of forming a new one. And I hope we can move forward with work that can actually get done so that we can finally do something with regards to our pools.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gonzalez.
Counselor Mackey, I think you make a really good point. Maybe we need to take a look at the committees that are going on right now and what needs to be done, what they've done, how long they've been, active. And if nothing's happening, we need to reevaluate possibly and try to do things a different way. So I think that's a great point. So maybe we talk about that further. I'm not sure how we move forward with that. I support a new pool committee. We need to move forward with something with these pools in one way or another. So.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jacob.
Yeah, I wish I had my pearls to clutch. But what's bothering me about this, and it isn't dragging the feet, whatever, is last year or 2 years ago, we formed this permanent building committee with the caveat that existing committees were going to be grandfathered in. And there was, and I believe the Mill Pond Pool Committee was one of the existing committees. So the committee is there. If we weren't happy, I wasn't on the committee. I understand. If actually, I would like at some point, perhaps the chair of the committee to be able to come up here and explain some of the roadblocks perhaps that were put in or why progress wasn't made or whatever, anyways. But there is an existing committee. Members maybe could have been asked, are you still willing to sit on it? What's the issues, whatever, work with that. But obviously, that's not what this council wants. They're going to dissolve it, so we'll dissolve it. But once it's dissolved, then in my opinion, there's an ordinance that says new building committees should be under the purview of the permanent building committee. We've asked, I know there's been a discussion, and was it 2 months ago, 3 months ago, about the majority was not happy with the way the permanent building committee was structured. So there was going to be a discussion or a group getting together to revise or relook at the permanent building committee. That has not happened. I don't know what's going on with that, whatever. But so what this shows me is that, well, let's ignore the ordinance, let's ignore the permanent building committee. And, there should have, if it's not working, then there was discussion about getting together and looking to make it better. But we're just going to ignore it and create a new committee outside the purview of where it should be formed and where it should be looked at. So it's just in process, I guess maybe process doesn't, if process impedes progress, I get it. But sometimes, where are we going to ignore process and where are we going to enforce process? Where are we going to ignore rules? Where are we going to enforce rules? It seems perhaps it's getting a little arbitrary. I don't know, but that's just my rambling, whatever. And where's my pearls?
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to belabor. I just want to speak to a piece of this that I forgot, that Councilor Pedreco, you just brought up some very important points about, which are relative to the Permanent Municipal Building Commission. We did set up that ordinance review subcommittee. I, for one, echo the same sentiments I had and others at this table had when we set it up originally, which are that there is real good that can come from that committee, that commission. And that ordinance and its use should be resurrected when we feel comfortable with its makeup and comfortable with the way that it functions. And for all the, I don't mean to rehash the whole conversation, but around public representation and so on, and stakeholders and so on. That being said, I have reached out as a counselor to set up new meetings of that Permanent Municipal Building Commission. I understand folks have, busy schedules and busy lives. I can totally understand and respect that. But I've intended to want to meet to have those discussions And I hope we can get together to do that soon. Do it even as soon as next week if we can, because they're urgent discussions, clearly, because of instances exactly like this. But in the interim, when we can't meet, I really don't know what to do other than to start getting to work of actually fixing something like our pools, which is in urgent need of repair. So thank you.
Counselor Nagel.
Yeah, I would like to point out that, some comments being made about the pool building committee that still exists unless it doesn't exist before the end of this council meeting. I'm not on that committee, but I was listening to what they presented to us, and they were working, but there was disagreement in terms of what physically to do with various different things, including where to place a pool if one was going to be placed in Mill Pond. I won't go into all the details of the different incarnations of what was supposed to be done, but they could not come up with a final decision. If I remember correctly, there was some confusion about it, I believe at the last meeting, that Bill DeMeo was supposed to present a comprehensive plan and it never came to fruition. So to say that they didn't do anything is not true, in my estimation. And it's unfair. I don't think anyone on that committee, whatever their opinion happened to be, was just sitting there to spin their wheels. I know this topic of repairing the pools has come up time and time again over several councils. And the presentations usually that have come to from the Parks and Rec Department have been, in some people's estimation, too unrealistic. We were in favor of, yes, repair the pool, whatever it happened to be, but there was always a caveat or something else that went beyond what at least the majority of those at the time felt was realistic to have it done. So to say that this last committee, and then you're really saying previous ones weren't trying to do something, it's not necessarily true, but there has not been a resolution to it. Yeah, it would be great if we had a resolution to it. It would be great also if this committee is being dissolved to be done in the right way, and that we follow at least what I estimate to be the policy of going towards a central building committee, as opposed to keep making exceptions, be they real or not, under the guise of safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Maggie.
There's a couple quick comments. As I recall, last time the pool committee came to the council had some questions. We had some concerns. I had concerns over parking, location, and looking at all the pools holistically. And I think at least one of those concerns has been met. It was my recollection that after that meeting, when the council said we didn't like the proposal that was presented, a number of members of the committee said they wanted to resign. They didn't want any part of it, and that was part of the delay. I don't want to lose sight of the fact, though, that on May 21st, Parks and Rec took a vote to put people on a committee that I didn't even know was going to be proposed until Thursday. And I think that's a problem. I think that we don't want to lose sight of. So someone said, we're going to propose a new committee, and Parks and Rec said, well, or we'll then put people on it. But we haven't even got to voting to disband one committee yet. And I think that's a problem. I would say we should move the question. I think we're going to change anybody's minds here. I think we should just move ahead with what we have.
Councilor Gonzalez.
I keep hearing this permanent building committee, and I'm just a little bit confused as to how the same building committee can build a school, take care of pools, whatever, build a town hall, and all the other different projects. How does that work? Because I would think that, I'm just saying, the pool committee would need to have different people than a school would need to have. A school, we would want to have different stakeholders. I would think we'd want to have a principal or somebody who knows how the school needs to operate and the things that they need. In a pool, we're gonna need to have somebody else involved. So how does that work? Can someone explain that to me?
I'd be happy to. The goal of the permanent building committee is that we have people who are skilled in building, and building is building, engineering is engineering. None of those people on a committee or any building committee actually connect the wires and do the plumbing. They hire a company to do that. But the goal would be to have people who are expert in the building trades on a committee that would then take the politicalness out of a building committee. Now, as building committees, or perhaps the building committees stand, is we'll have a building committee for a pool, for instance, and your chairman puts people on that want a pool, and my chairman or chairperson puts people on that want a pool. And you know what? We get people that want a pool that are on a committee, and we get a bigger pool than we actually want. The goal was to instead of just having people who are just like to swim, have people who have some skills in engineering and building things. Some people can look at plans and drawings, and that was the goal of the permanent building committee.
So are those people hired? Like, do we pay those people to come in and
They were volunteers, but we would
so
hire them.
volunteers from the town
Correct.
who are either Democrat or Republican?
They were chosen for their skills, not necessarily for their party.
I get that, but I'm not sure that necessarily takes the political out of a building committee, because you could have this person who is a Democrat and they want to do what it doesn't seem like
Just like on the council, I would hope that people that are on the council for Newington, of course, before they were Republicans or Democrats.
Without a
that's
doubt.
the case anymore, but
but
I would hope that would be the case.
Have you seen that happen on committees? I'm not sure.
Every building committee, I've heard a report on it. Yeah,
It's been-
it's basically what's best for the project and what's best for what's being done. It doesn't mean that the stakeholders don't have a say. It doesn't mean that if you're going to build a school, people from the school don't get to say that, we think the Blackboard should be here or opposed to here. They do have that ability to speak. And we did talk about making a place for more stakeholders on the committee, but that never went any farther. As Councilor Flirt said, it just we talked about it, nothing happened, and that's where it's at. So again, I think we should move this question. I don't think we're going to get anywhere.
So it seems pretty clear that we need to address the building committee and,
The permanent building.
the permanent building committee.
Councilor Pacheco.
No, I was just gonna say, Counselor Gonzalez, I get where you're coming from and your questions, and I can't seriously off the top of my head, but there is the ordinance there, and it wasn't the people, I think there was like 5 people on that, and 3 of them were going to be interviewed or what am I thinking? Selected by the town manager.
Right.
And then 2 were gonna be, I think, political.
One Republican, one
And
Democrat.
they were gonna be, kind of like, let's say, Matt or Councilor Plord had talked about the Owens report. They were gonna be familiar with that, whatever, what the needs of the entire town are. But then as a project came up, like the pool or like the library, whatever, those people would be like sort of overseers, but then a subcommittee would be formed under them. So it's not like these people are running around trying to do everything. But I'm sure, or even tomorrow, I can kind of get you where the ordinance is and maybe some of the discussion behind it, so you'll have a better understanding. So when we do come together again as a council to discuss any modifications, it will help you.
Thank you.
Councilor Nagel.
Just to add to that, I think also the idea of this permanent building committee was to, I'll say streamline, that may not be the right word, the process for getting different projects going, whereas every time we have a new project, you have to have, as case in point would try to do here, you're starting from the very beginning to create a group, as opposed to having a group of people that are less political, that know the skills that they have. And therefore things can move a more efficiently. I don't want to say quicker, more efficiently down the line with some expertise to begin with, as opposed to a group of people that may be of one party or another and may have an interest, but may not necessarily have the skills.
Thank you, Counselor. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Susan, can we have a roll call vote for this?
No.
Counselor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Counselor Minky,
No.
Counselor Nagel,
No.
Counselor Page,
Yes.
Counselor Floyd,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Rada,
Yes.
Counselor Tiniakos.
Yes.
Mayor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, 6-3. Counselor Page, Counselor Floyd, do you want to read the next resolution?
Sure.
Or do you want to table this until next week? What do you think? Yeah, read the resolution, I'll have some comments.
Resolved, in accordance with Article 10, Section 8-38, Project Building Committees of the Newington Code of Ordinances, the Newington Town Council hereby establishes a Town Pool Project Building Committee, which committee is charged to work with the town manager and/or his/her designee and any other appropriate town staff in the development of plans to upgrade the town's aquatic facilities, including those located at Mill Pond Park and Churchill Park. The resulting facilities shall comply with the appropriate sections of the Fire Code, Health Code, Building Code, and OSHA regulations, regulations of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and any other health and/or safety code regulations currently in force. Be it further resolved, the Town Pool Project Building Committee shall be comprised of 7 members, of which 2 shall be representatives of the Town Council and 2 shall be from the Board of Parks and Recreation. Be it further resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby appoints the following members to the Town Pool Project Building Committee, which will be determined at a later point.
We have a motion on the table,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Tiniakis. And we have some discussion. Counselor Mankey.
We can certainly fill in the Parks and Rec people because we already know them as of the 21st. So that we can fill those names in, I guess. I do appreciate the fact that this building committee will look at both parks. I think to look at Mill and not look at Churchill, to look at Churchill and not look at Mill is short-sighted. As I recall, and I'll say this story one more time, that one of my first outings as a town councilor is I went to Churchill Park and Superintendent DeMayo told me how he was gonna redo Churchill Park for $19 million. We're gonna move the pond where the pool, where the parking lot was, and the parking lot where the pond was, and put in a lazy river and all kinds of stuff. And I was so excited because here I was a town councilor and I was gonna spend $19 million. I said, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. And it went no place. But I would point out that we had to do this back when I first started as a councilor 9 years ago, because that pool was falling apart and any day now poor kids could get crushed to death. So luckily we managed the last 9 years and keep it going. But I think we're looking at this project holistically makes sense, because without looking at holistically, I think we're just throwing money. You know, I don't fix my roof or get new windows if my roof's leaking. Hopefully not anyway. So I appreciate that. I don't see in here anywhere there's any cost associated with it. So we could find ourselves someone coming back spending, you know, if it's, I think last estimate we had was $12 million for Mill Pond and then now $12 million for Churchill. We could be come back with a price tag of $24 million conceivably. I don't know if we want to somehow give them a charge of what we're going to spend, but I'm not sure. I think Janet's head would spin around if we're going to bond $24 million for 2 pools.
Deputy Mayor Rada.
Yes, I agree with what Councilor Mankey has to say, that I really like this approach, that it is a pool committee, not just a Mill Pond pool committee and then a Churchill Park pool committee. That we're going to look at this, as he said, holistically. What are the needs of the community? How are they going to be best served by through the Parks and Recreation and through having these resources resource in our community. My concern, however, is there is a perception that the cart was put before the horse, that some work was done to assign members to a committee that had yet to be determined or had yet to be voted. Thank you. I appreciate.
I highlighted the
that.
sections.
I appreciate that. So my suggestion is that we table this resolution for tonight and so that everyone has the appropriate information, that we look at who the members might be and perhaps add some other additional language that Councilor Mankey or someone else might have.
Did you make that formal motion, Deputy Mayor?
It's a suggestion.
Take the motion.
We have a motion. Well, we have a motion on the table already, so unless we rescind that, we have
I
to
will
vote
rescind my
on
motion.
this motion before we vote on it.
Matt, is your
So I will rescind.
I'll rescind my
AJ, is your second?
Right, then I will make a motion that we table this resolution. We bring it to, put it on the agenda for our next meeting.
Second.
Second. Any discussion on tabling? Seeing none, all those in favor of tabling this item?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion is tabled. All right. That's the end of no conflict talk for now. All right, so next we're moving on to item 7D, reappoint acting town manager for another 90 days. Deputy Mayor Rada, would you please read this resolution?
I would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Approve appointment of acting town manager with 6 votes affirmative. Resolved, the Newington Town Council establishes the following with regard to its appointment of Jamie Trevathan as acting town manager in accordance with Charter Section C-504B, acting manager effective June 11th, 2024, date for a period not to exceed 90 days. 1, while serving as acting town manager, Jamie Trevathan shall be authorized to sign and execute any and all documents authorized previously to be executed by the town manager. And 2, shall receive a salary of $5,400 biweekly. All of Jamie Trevathan's existing benefits will continue, modified as necessary to reflect the change in salary from their position as senior center director. And 3, shall have the unrestricted use of a town vehicle. The town shall be responsible for all costs relating to the operation and maintenance of said vehicle. And 4, shall have the right to return to their position of senior center director at the conclusion of the term as acting town manager or upon removal as acting town manager, except in the case of a for-cause removal. And 5, the town shall furnish and provide Jamie Trevathan with insurance protection, including comprehensive, general liability, and errors and omissions coverage applicable to all acts or omissions arising out of their employment as acting town manager. 6, the council reserves the right to remove the acting town manager at any time for cause with 6 affirmative votes.
Second.
Motion of Deputy Mayor Rada, second by Council Floyd. Any discussion, Council Mankey?
Finally, something we can agree on. I think that's, I would thank Jamie for, I don't think you expected to be here this long as acting town manager, and I bet you wish you could run for the hills at this point. But you're stuck with us. But I appreciate all your efforts and your work. Every time I've needed something from you, you've been receptive and you've been on the ball. I even called you this afternoon with a question, and you got back before I even got to my car. So I appreciate the fact that you're willing to step up and take on this thankless role. And I bet you wish you'd be back in the senior center where the people are nicer.
Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. This is the least controversial subject tonight. And thank you very much for all the work you do, nights, weekends, first thing in the morning with the family and all of your other commitments. You're just really doing such a wonderful job for all of us, and we thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Councilor Nagel.
I would like to also say thank you, Jamie, for taking on this additional period of time here with us, with our happy meetings. I have one question. No offense, it's nothing to do with you. Why are we extending it even longer? I know the last time we went through the process in a different council for choosing and a town manager, the process did not last as long. Maybe you're going to answer that in just a minute when you go with search update, but why has it been extended to a third extension of an acting town manager?
I mean, I can answer that. I mean, we don't have a permanent town manager at this point selected. We're in the process of setting up interviews for that, so we don't have one. The charter says that we have to
Yeah.
extend for
Well,
90 days.
okay,
But we
but
can't, we
let me-
couldn't do
let
like a
me-
20-day extension.
Let me clarify, what slowed, if that's the right word, the process down?
I don't think the process has been slowed down. I think we're moving with deliberate haste.
Okay, ask the question. I don't know whether I really got an answer, but thank you.
Yep, no problem. So we have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried. You are reappointed, Jamie. Congratulations.
Sort of.
She's ex officio. All right, so we're moving on to town manager search update. As indicated, we are in the process. We have identified finalists and we're setting up panel interviews, which will likely take place at the end of this month. From there, we will be interviewing as a council and expect to hopefully have this resolved much prior to the 90 days of the recent appointment. But anyone else on the committee has any things up?
Just that I think we are scheduling a meeting for Monday.
Yes.
I can't recall, go back and look at my calendar.
3 o'clock.
We'll be
Yep.
meeting.
Councilor Jacob.
Yeah, I'm just curious, how many finalists and what is the geographic dispersion? Yeah.
There are 7 finalists and they're more local. I don't know each of the states or towns, but
It's like New England.
they're more local folks, right? We're not doing a national search.
Okay, thank you. How many applicants were there, you know?
I want to say 18 were there?
18 to 20, I think we got
18 to
total.
20.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. Other than that, we don't have any other things to update or any action to take on this item. Any other comments or questions related to this? All right, so we will move along in the agenda to consideration of new business, agenda item 8A, budget transfers. Thanks for hanging with us again, Janet.
So similar to in January when I came to see you, this is an update on budget transfers for the end of the year, hopefully. Nothing else comes up surprising. You have included the forecast of expenditures. Some of the good news that you'll see is that there are some positives. It looks like we're potentially going to be about 1.3 million favorable to budget based on what I'm seeing right now. That's primarily due to vacancies. If you look at public safety, 504,000, that's vacancies of, we were down 10 positions at the beginning of the year. Overtime did not make up that difference, so we did come out ahead. There was vacancies in IT, there was vacancies in engineering. We've had a lot of holes we've been filling, so that's a majority of the favorable variance that you're going to see. Now to the part where I'm asking for the transfers. We're looking for, under attorneys, we're looking for a $35,000 transfer. We've had a lot more legal issues. We've had switching attorneys. We've had contract negotiations for some of the unions. We're going to have 2 more unions we're going to be negotiating with. So it's added up. I was hoping the number I gave it you in January would be enough, but it hasn't been. So we're going to need about 35,000 there. For personnel, 8,175. When I talk about vacancies, when we fill those vacancies, you've got to do all the testing, especially for PD, you got to do the polygraphs, you got to do everything like that. It adds up. And once again, you're filling about 10 vacant positions for police department. And I can't even tell you how much those polygraphs and all the testing cost, but it's not cheap. Fire department. They have pay per call, and we did increase the amount this year for pay per call. But they're going to be over. We're finding the call volume is up, and the good news is you have more volunteers, which is great, but we also have more people showing up to calls. So I did speak to Chief Traumer, and we're going to keep a look on it for next year, but this is an issue we could continue to see next year also. Zoning Board of Appeals, 2,000, we're looking to cover some of their clerk's fees for some of their meetings. We're going to go a little over there, and public notifications is going to go over.
Parks Administration, the 4,400. This is for salaries. When we came in January, I thought they'd be okay in that department because they didn't have a lot of AFSCME employees, but they're not. Things came up, work that they had to do, so we're looking for 4,400 there. And interest expense. In January, I missed this one. This is totally my fault. When we went out to bond last spring, it was, interest rate was much higher than what we ended up getting the bonding, so we needed the additional amount for interest. I am looking to get those transfers from contingency for 67,158. That's going to cover everything except for the fire department's paper call. The fire department's paper call, I'm going to take out of employee benefits, because when you also had vacancies, that means we're not paying as much Social Security. We're not paying the Medicare. We're not paying some of the taxes and some of the benefits to go with those positions. So I was able to have a favorable variance there to move over to the fire department. That is my first request. My second request is similar to a request I made end of last year, and this has to do with our pensions. We have 3 pension plans, major pension plans. 2 of them are closed pension plans. One of them is still takes new people. As of the last actuarial study, our pension plans for admin is only funded at 43.4%, municipal at 56.4%, and the police, the open pension plan we have, is at 71.6%. I'm looking to take $300,000 of the favorable variance for the salaries for the police department and move it over to give additional funding over and above what our actuaries asked us to put into these pension plans for the year, just to try to show that we're making good faith effort. When we go for bonding again, the bonding agencies, the one thing they always say to us, I don't like where you guys are funded for your pension plans. They want to see that rise. They want to see us making an effort. And I think if we show at least that we're covering what the actuary says and every year putting in a little extra if we have it, it shows good faith, and that gives us credit as we try to get up to the fully funded amount. And those were my transfers request.
Where are you taking the fire department? Where are you
The
taking?
300,000
Yeah.
is from the police department salaries.
Any other questions, Dr. Gonzalez?
Yeah, I was just wondering, can you explain why the pensions are not where they should be?
It's been this way since I've gotten here, and it's slowly and surely gotten better. We fully do the amount that the actuaries do advise, but you have a bad year financially like we did a couple of years ago, and it slides. We have a change in how many people retire. We had a slew of police officers in one year, if you remember, just all retire. That throws off your calculations. A police officer retiring even just a year earlier than you can expect it, or a couple of years, can result in $1 million extra liability for that fund. So it adds, it's a lot of different reasons, but that's the majority of it is just, a lot of it has to do with anticipation, with their anticipation actuarial and what we're actually end up seeing.
Thank you.
Councilor Menke.
I just would ask, we usually, at the end of the year, put more money into the pensions as time goes on, as there's surplus money, right? It's like, end of the day, you get extra money, you put it over in your dinner fund or whatever. But I think that's something we normally do. I just for Mr. Solosowski, if he's watching, we would defer our pensions, to 100%, but that's a cost, and that cost is borne by the taxpayers. So to fully fund our pensions would mean our taxes would go much higher. I would also point out too that we fund the pensions, whatever the actuary says we have to fund to keep solvent in a sense. So they do it at evaluation, they do a analysis and tell us how much we have to put in, and Janet puts it in as part of our budget process.
And just, too, sometimes different things change, like the mortality table that the actuaries use, and their assumptions change. Nothing that we plan on, but as a standard, if that changes, that can put you back a little further. So yeah.
Councilor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Can you just say again what the 35,000 request is for the town attorney? Was that relative to costs with the transition?
It's to all the legal issues we've been having. So It's regarding transfer of cases to other attorneys. It's relating to our union negotiations that we're
Okay, so-
ongoing, because we're gonna have 2 new unions
Yes,
that we'll be negotiating with. So all of that has compromised a lot more activity than we usually do for legal.
thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Janet? Thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight, Janet.
I get the
Right.
next one too.
You're here for the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, you
tax
are?
expenses.
I see.
I just give a quick,
Yeah, you want to give us a quick, yeah, there we go. So
quick
we're
on
up
this.
to item B.
Annually, we have to come to you with the suspense list from the revenue collector. Basically, these are ones that we're deeming to be uncollectible. That doesn't mean we can't collect them, and we have collected them in the past. It just means statutorily, she's got to go through her list and say, these are the accounts I believe, based on certain criteria, that will not be collected and need to be moved over the suspense list. And every year comes to you because you have to approve that list. So.
Councilor Drago?
And maybe my memory's slipping me, but I don't ever recall getting a list this detailed of people's
You
names
usually
and-
don't get the full packet. You usually
Yeah.
just get the memo.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why you decided to publish all the names this
I
year.
didn't. I just gave the full packet over that I received.
You know why, Jamie?
This was the information we received. So it was placed in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Page, yep.
Yeah, if, can you just say a little bit more? I know y'all work so hard and you do such a great job getting our tax dollars in, but what are next steps? In other words, are there liens placed? Are there court actions? Or
That's
is it turned
probably
over to a
already,
collector?
that's probably already occurred on most of these accounts,
Okay.
and that's why they're deemed uncollectible.
Okay,
And they're moved over to the suspense list. But as I said, in the monthly report, and you'll see that a lot of times the tax collector will say, we collected this amount off the suspense list. So it doesn't mean you can't and we won't. It just means we have to identify by state statute
I
those
got you.
we believe
So
they're
there-
uncollectible.
I'm sorry. So there are ongoing efforts by either our staff or by a third party to try to get some pennies on those dollars?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Maggie?
Just because I used to be in the business, if you place lien on someone's property, that's all well and good, except when they go to sell the property, they pay us, we get a payback. With the exception, if there's more liens on the property than the property is worth, then we get. So a lot of these, I would assume, probably we're not gonna get.
Yeah, majority of these have already, if they've gotten to the suspense list, they've gone through the whole lien process.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this?
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So now we're up to item 8C, Administrative Classification Plan Update. That's you?
Sure. This is an item that comes before the council once a year, but usually around the end of the fiscal year. One of the council's duties is per charters to approve the classification pay plan. So this document you have in your packet tonight shows the updates of what's changed throughout the year and what we anticipate will change to, or bring it to the council at a future meeting to approve the changes to the plan. Updates, position titles, things that, have been added that or will be added. In this case, you'll see there are some changes due to the potential upcoming administrative union that has been discussed, I believe, in the past council and the past town manager. So that could also create some changes as well.
Councilor Drago?
Yes, Jamie, will we get the position description for the new non-union position before we're voting on the salary?
Yes, I believe so. I think, are you referring to what was the new administrator? What was the
non-union position, human resources / finance has been added? Okay.
Yes, you will. That is, so there's an administrative aid floater position right now that's filled by a current employee who just took another job in town hall, which I'll update you on during my town manager report, which creates a vacancy of that floater position that I believe was created during the pandemic. We think it might be better used to kind of, whenever there's a vacancy like that, we kind of reconsider how it would be best be used. And we think it might be better used if we amend that job description a little bit to give that position some more duties like in finance and with budgeting, things that we kind of need right now. So I will bring that, we will bring that. They're working on that now. Janet and Heather are working on that job description, and we'll bring it to you for approval, just like any other ones. Okay.
Any other questions on this? All right. We will move along to written oral communications from the town manager and other town agencies.
There's more. Okay.
You're up.
Again. Okay, so a couple of things. I'll do personnel first, since we just brought it up. As you know, I just mentioned that we do have an administrative aide position in the fire marshal's office that has been vacant for some time. We just filled with an internal candidate, Karen Galicchio. She starts on Monday. She's been with the town for a long time in various roles, and she's fantastic, and we think she'll be a great fit. In the fire marshal's office, which leaves her floater role vacant. So as mentioned, we're kind of considering how we can best use that within our budget. Make it maybe less of a floater or more dedicated to some departments that need a little bit of extra administrative assistance. So we'll be looking at that. We just promoted the officer Larry Douglas to the sergeant position. He was one on the eligibility list based on the recent exam process. So he was promoted effective on Monday. So we continue to work on bringing the police department up to full staffing, and both in terms of the supervisors and the patrol officers. There are a couple of potential hires in the hopper right now that are going through the vetting process. And if they pass that, they will proceed to the interview portion, with the hope that hopefully by the end of this month or early next month, we'll have another decision or two, hoping to bring that level 3 vacancies down to 0, that initially were 10, at the start of the year. So that's, again, I want to reiterate that process, just because we're working diligently and efficiently to fill those positions, doesn't mean we're rushing them. We're just making sure that we are aggressive in our recruitment. So for personnel, I think that we have a final interviews for the assessment tech position. I believe they're actually tomorrow. That position is being vacated by Rick Wall, who's retiring after 12 years of service. And then, so that's basically, we're just moving along on our personnel. I want to just touch base quickly on, I brought this up at the last meeting, and eventually it will be an actual council agenda item. But for right now, a couple meetings ago, we had 2 residents who reside on Evergreen Road who expressed some concerns about their drainage and the infrastructure, and their yards were flooding. And what we found out from the town engineer is that the infrastructure built, like the drains, the pipe, whatever the infrastructure is for the drainage there, was built, decades and decades ago, but the record keeping was different then, and the easements were never granted, and there's really no proper record of those. So basically, Chris is working with those homeowners to determine like the best way to proceed with these repairs that need to be done to infrastructure that are technically on private property, although at one point they were constructed by the town. So at the time, the residents who spoke to you asked, I said, maybe there's something the council can do. So the staff is working on this project. There's some surveying, some data collection going on, and they'll figure out what the best solution for them and for the town. But there are actually other areas of town that have the same issue. So you go back a couple generations, this infrastructure was built, but not necessarily recorded, or not properly recorded, or there are paper streets. There are things that just aren't the same way that we do things today, mostly in neighborhoods with older homes. So it's not just a problem that is limited to the Evergreen Road area. So what we would like to do would be to kind of create a policy of how we're going to handle these types of things when they come up in the future, because it can be costly, either to the homeowner or the town or both. And it'd be a good idea to find an equitable way to address these issues. So the towns, the people who are experts at this, the engineers, will look at this, and where the council comes in, where the council could help is your input once we get going on this, and then ultimately your approval of the policy. So at some point, this will be a council agenda. I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up, because those members of the public had kindly asked for some help, and that's where we are on that. And that's really all I have.
Councilor Page.
Just so in the meantime, what are those folks are still facing serious problems?
They are, and they're working with the town engineer. This is not an easy solution. So they're doing engineering work. They're surveying, they're looking at whatever data, whatever records we have, to try to figure out exactly, first of all, what the problem is, and then how we can try to fix it. Whatever happened back in the 1930s is kind of the complication in this, but we do want to make sure that we get their issues resolved.
And and you may not have the answer right now, maybe this is engineering, but are there other temporary provisions, engineering provisions that can be done on those streets or around those properties to redirect water, or do we not know yet because they're going to assess it?
I don't want to answer for the town engineer, but I can
Right.
certainly ask him.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilor Madrigal?
I guess it's kind of, I guess if Mitch, Counselor Page was kind of asking the same thing, but those particular homeowners have been contacted and are in the loop and to know what the issues are and what we're planning on doing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? All right, we are moving along to council liaison and committee reports. Councilor Nagel.
I've made bullet points here to make it as concise as I can, because attended the Senior Disabled Center Commission meeting. Their annual volunteer celebration dinner is this Thursday. Council's been invited if they're able to come. Hopefully you responded if you are. Events that are happening this month, some of them of note. They're having a pickleball tournament. If seniors or anyone who wishes to sign up for that, they may do so by contacting the senior center, as well as to learn about the AARP programs that are going on for seniors, which I've mentioned before. They're ongoing programs. There are additional repairs being done to windows that have been ongoing in the senior center. And also there's IA wiring that's going on. And there was a discussion about what to do about making the senior center even more secure than it is already. That commission goes on summer hiatus, so they're not meeting again until September 4th. Also recently attended the library board meeting. Most important, the library board, after extensive discussion, decided to not go for an expansion presentation to the council for referendum this fall, but instead are going to continue their due diligence to perfect it even further, and are looking to present sometime between now and next spring a presentation for the 2025 election date. They have a summer reading program that's in process. I've mentioned that before, for adults and for children. Contact the library. They're doing an ongoing strategic plan report and study for the library. The staff is having a meeting, which they were planning before, with the police department in terms of dealing with the public and events that may happen during the library's day. The Friends of the Library announced that their next book sale is October 25th, 26th, 27th. They're looking for books. But you still have time. Also, there was a discussion about marketing and how to do that for the eventual, for recognition of the library, and about the expansion and how the library is reimagining itself. They created a fund of seed money to do that over the next year, to make the community aware, and not only the council, about how they're reimagining, and also for the planned expansion, which has to come to us for referendum. There also was a discussion in terms of an agreement with the town to meet the rules and regulations, may not be the right wording, but to meet the town requirements for the library to have an electronic sign connected to the sign that they have already. And that is in the process with the town. And they also don't meet during the summer unless they need to. And their annual meeting, which is the first meeting of the fall, it's preceded by a board meeting, and then an annual meeting where new officers are elected and awards are given out, presentation and so on. That is going to be on September 9th. And Deputy Mayor Rod also attended the library meeting. Did I forget something, or is there something more that needs to
You
be
were
added?
pretty comprehensive. You mentioned summer reading program. The adult has already started, and this Friday, the teen and children's summer reading program will begin. two scholarships, the Friends, this was the first year that the Friends of the Library awarded scholarships, and this will be ongoing every year. There were two $500 scholarships that were presented to two Newington high school seniors. An article in Newington Life about the Friends. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna look for it. It's probably in my pile of things to read and look at. And I think that's it. We captured the rest. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Petracco and I attended the second meeting of the Economic Development Commission. And was really pleased to see a lot of excitement at that table. A lot of folks that are now members of the Economic Development Commission who also have backgrounds in the Chamber of Commerce and have a lot of the skill sets that come with their engagement with that space. So a lot of really exciting opportunity there. And I look forward to seeing how we can support their work on the council. Anything I missed, Councilor Petracco?
Nope. Short and sweet. Yeah.
Any other updates from councilors? All right, seeing none, we will move on to public participation for in general again. If you are in the room and like to speak in public participation, please feel free to come up to the table, state your name and address for the record. If you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. No one's on Zoom.
Yes, David Horrigan, 30 Candlewood Drive. I guess my first time, some people behind me couldn't hear me. I hope it's better today, this time. First of all, I'm pleased to see Jamie continue in her role. She's been extremely responsive to me personally and always very professional. That's a good move. 28 Garfield tonight was, to sound corny, democracy in action. You guys may or may not know how difficult this is to come up and speak to you and to know that you listen. It's important. There was no right or wrong answer tonight. You didn't have the information, so the table that was correct. Mr. Councilor Mankey made probably the most important comment, that you are still running the risk of coming up with a final cost that exceeds the referendum requirement after you buy the building. And then what are you gonna do? Councilor Page made it sound very difficult to come up with an estimate. I'm not sure it's that hard. I have 40 years in major construction, and estimating cost, final cost is difficult. There's always extras, but to get a reasonably close cost is not that difficult. And I believe that you're going to find out that that cost meets the referendum requirement. Maybe next to Councilor Mankey's remarks, the next important comment was, there was an expert here who works for FEMA, and he made a reference that our 5,000 square foot proposal for EOC is more than FEMA's 6 state space. It's too big. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello again, Scott Groskowski, 46 Miami Avenue. This is gonna be kind of random because it was just thoughts from my big fat head as they're coming out. But first of all, thank you for tabling things tonight. As I say, I'm not against the EOC. We just need answers for this thing because, as I said, it's a timeshare. Right now, we're buying something and then we have all these expenses, which we don't know what those expenses are gonna be. To classify things, from comments that someone in the public made earlier, I'm not a member of the Newington Republicans or the Newington Democrats. Neither will have me. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm not a member of those groups. I'm speaking out on the project because we don't have answers to these questions, and I think we need to have answers to these questions. All night long, I kept on hearing people saying, we need an EOC, we need an EOC. We have an EOC. It's just dual space. So when they need it, they don't have a roll call room for the police department. I understand that, but we do have an EOC now. So if there was an emergency, we'd have an EOC. This room is big enough to put a ton of carts in. You open up the wall, if you gotta have people sleeping over, it can be done. You know, you even have space here to put a couple computers up for EOC that are set up, ready to go in case there is an emergency. It's not that big a deal. I work IT, I've been working IT for the past 40 years. So it's not that hard a thing. We're trying to make it sound like we're reinventing things here. We're not doing that. Let's see. I keep hearing that the state grant says that we must have construction. Yeah, asking around, I'm finding out that's not true. Question for you, Jamie, is can you please post a copy of the grant or should I FOI it?
May I answer?
Yes. I don't know if you can or not.
Okay.
Sorry.
I believe, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe that should have been part of the minutes back in the day when the council first authorized this, but it's public information. We've had members of the public ask for it in the past, and you could certainly post it on the information page or wherever you'd like. For the
I just want to
project.
see, because the confusion saying that we need to build, but then they're saying we don't need to build. So if we don't need to build, that'd be great. At the last building committee meeting, it ended with Bill DeMayo saying that he had to rework some things based on the comments that the committee made, and that he would hold the next meeting once he finalized those things. And then he never finalized things, never came back to the committee, never held another meeting. They've been waiting for him. I think it was extremely unprofessional for Mitch Page to be yelling at people saying they weren't doing their jobs because they're waiting on him. And putting in a new pool committee does not change things. You're going to still be waiting for Bill DeMayo to do these things. Number two, while browsing on the town website tonight, surprisingly, the pool building committee webpage has changed and removed members off of it already before you guys even voted on anything. I find that kind of wild. Let's see here. Also, I'm happy to take video from that pool committee and show Mitch Page's rant and put them side by side tonight to show what kind of nut jobs we're dealing with here in this town council. You guys got to act professional if you want to be professional. I got lots of avenues to put stuff out there and I haven't used half of them yet. Shape up or ship out is what I keep on saying. And with that, I say goodnight.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Alton Drive. First of all, I want to restate what I said about economic development. I didn't mean that they were floundering. I just find that they were discussing things that they had been discussing for the last two committees. And I think the Councilor Bedrejko can attest to what I'm saying. They were talking about a Facebook page, not their fault. It's once again, there's no history passed down to these commissions that I can see. I have sat through 3 or 4 different committees, Democratic controlled, Republican controlled. They talked about districts, they talked about Facebook, they talked about this, they are trying. And it is exciting to see that we've got some people that are really, wanting to get into it and try and do something. But it seemed like lots of times, and I think Dana's in the audience still, I hope. Maybe you can speak to, okay, you got backup. Anyway, I just think that the people that have volunteered to take this on, it's great. But I think they need some direction as to, what we're looking for or what they're looking at, they should be doing. The EOC. We're looking at an EOC and extending the property or the room for town departments. The reason we are at where we're at now is because, in my opinion, the Town Hall Reno Committee took the word, and no disrespect to the staff that's here, but I sat there with another friend and we asked time after time after time of the town manager, Mr. Solomon, and Tanya Lane, to have the department heads come in and give us, they're okay, that they had enough space, they had enough room. We were reassured that it was all fine and good. The only ones that showed up at the table were Dr. Collins and Bill DeMayo. And they're the ones that got the best part of this building, in my opinion. Mill Pond Park Committee. If you had presented it and I didn't look at the agenda, or maybe I did and didn't see it the way I took it. If you were saying that you wanted to disband the old committee and form a new one for both pools, I would have understood that. And we can go back and forth about how it went down with the Mill Pond Pool Committee, but I found out more looking at the Parks and Rec minutes as to why they weren't showing up at the meetings than I heard at this table. And the last time I knew, former Mayor Beth Del Buono asked Mr. DeMayo to get the architect to give her some information as to where the pool could be or could not be located. And I'm sure he probably figured to himself, how many times do I have to go over this? That being said, I'm glad to see that you're doing both of these committees. I mean, this one committee for both. And as far as money, special appropriations, I've sat here and, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Mankey, Nagel, and Draco, but at one point, the former town manager, Keith Chapman, came here and said, I want X amount of dollars out of special appropriations for a fire truck this year. And I want, and don't be surprised if I come back here next year for some more. So this is why people that have previous history are a little bit leery. Not that they're saying that this is what you're going to do, but we've seen it done before. And as far as monies having to go to referendum, there's ways around that too with the CIP. The property on Cedar Mountain, $2 million. I was told that the seller wasn't going to sell if we went to referendum. So it got spaced out over a certain number of years. So I think that it's behooving you to look at the past history and kind of look and see these questions aren't coming out of nowhere. It's people seeing what's happened in the past. And I want to thank you for tabling tabling your vote tonight, both on the pool committee and on the OFI. Thank you.
Hello, Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard. And this time I might be repeating some of the things that were said, but I obviously speak more clearly when I'm reading, so I'm just going through. All right. And of course, I'm pleased to see that you're taking that pause I begged you to take on this town hall expansion, EOC, building, whatever you want to call it. But I'd like to address some of the statements regarding more comprehensive costs of the OFA project and that we can't know everything and can't get really any more cost information. With all due respect, having sat through many building committee meetings, you can get an anticipated figure and it'll be pretty much on the nose. I lost my spot. I didn't have dinner. Perhaps members from the architect or the members from the Anna Reynolds Committee or the architect would even be willing to throw those figures at you. Or the people on the building committee, you have architects on there, I'm sure they'll do it for you too. You can get a more comprehensive figure and you will see it will be above your referendum amount. It's just going to be. I'm not saying that you tried to hide it. I'm saying, well, I'm referring to kind of what Rose was saying. Stuff has happened in the past and we've seen it. And you yourselves have said, this happened before my time, so I don't know. Well, we've been paying attention and we know, and we're telling you, you need to do your due diligence. And to say it was before my time, I don't know. You know what? This is your time. And what you need to do when these subjects come up is go back to the last 3 or hey, even 1 video of a committee meeting on the subject that you're talking about and review it. So you could see what was discussed, what was happening. You know, get your own information. Don't really, or you could ask Rose or me, you get, either side, because I don't know, we're idiots. Here we are all the time. And I want to apologize for that burst of laughter you heard when mentioning of the pool collapsing. And Councilor Mankey referred to it. We've been hearing about that pool collapsing since like 2018. And at first it was Churchill Pool. I know that they want to do Mill Pond. Now it's Mill Pond Pool and nobody says how dangerous Churchill Pool is anymore. But what you need to know is the State Department of Public Health inspects those pools every year. And it's their job to make sure they're safe. And if they're not safe, they're not going to allow us to open it. And there's going to be no children washed away when the pool collapses. Let's see. Oh, and on the EDC part, just so you know, I did contact the chairman on my own. And I told her about the Facebook page and I made her an administrator on the Facebook page and also a few other little tidbits that I heard she was asking for and have offered to, update her on anything she would like to know. And that's it.
Thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I still did a stumbly job.
You're fine.
John Donahue, 28 Maple Ave. Gail asked me to give a quick history on the pool committee. The pool committee, the Mill Pond Pool Building Committee, the first meeting we had, Bill came in with a set of plans that said, this is what I want. So I questioned, I said, so this is not a building committee, this is an approval committee. And he said, no, you still have your say. But it came down to the location, which is right across from Churchill, right? I'm in the wrong building here, right across from the community center. And that was the main sticking point. I had sent Bill a list of 20 questions. After the last meeting, the town council said, we don't like the location and we don't like the fact it's about one pool. So I sent 20 questions. What is your plan for the aquatics department? Right? I didn't get a response. The architect, TJ, whatever they are, said, you can build a pool anywhere on that property. It just depends on how much you want to spend. Right? Construction costs, once again, I looked at the plans, I'm like going, ooh, it's pretty blue paper and it's got elevations on it and things. But, there was a space in between the soccer field and, you could put a pool there. We could put the pool back where it was. You just have to do some major renovations and things like that. So it can be built other places. I understand why Bill wants it as part of the campus, right? So that was the main sticking point, was the location. I had brought up that, I don't know if you remember the Save Mill Pond people, but I'm sure they're going to come out. I also got to look at the Parks and Rec page with the new committee. And I'm kind of upset that I was the only one asked not to come back. Maybe I asked too many hard questions, but it was never the pool committee. It was Bill and the Parks and Rec saying, this is what we want. We want the slide. We want the climbing wall. We want another concession stand because people will walk from the parking lot to the pool, but they won't walk from the pool back to the hot dog stand. So there were not controversies, but discussions like that. And we brought it to the council because the vote was 4-3 to bring it to the council. And the council said, we don't like the location. Can we do something else? Can we reduce the cost? I think Tim was there. What about the other pool? Right? So it wasn't that we didn't do anything. We did what we can. And then we're waiting for responses. Now, if the Park and Rec department was being transparent, maybe they should have called the past building committee to come in and say, these are the problems we faced the last time. But I know the makeup of the committee now. And it's all, people that just, whatever Bill wants, Bill's going to get. And, it wasn't anything, we weren't not doing our job. I was waiting for responses. And I think I brought this up the last time at the last meeting. They're moving forward with the committee, which as far as I know, 2 weeks ago, I was still the chairman of, and then tonight, the committee is dissolved. So, as a past chairman, I can tell you that is the tale of the Mill Pond Pool Committee from the past Mill Pond Pool Committee. All right. I'm happy to see that most of the people are still on there. And I hope they continue the work, but I believe that the sticking point is going to be the location. All right. We talked about, you're going to put this there. If you looked at how much space the carnival takes up, that's the size of the pool complex with the splash pad.
So you're gonna commit to the extravaganza with the pool, you're gonna set up the carnival, where are you gonna put the people? That was one of the questions, never got answered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Steve Ellis, 105 Robbins. I didn't know this pool thing was coming up tonight, but I had given it some thought. And well, I'm usually the cheap yank in the crowd. I actually wanted to see us really go all out with these pools. I'd prefer to see an indoor pool that we could use year round. Makes more sense. You know, and I understand that the school needs a Olympic-sized pool for competition. Am I correct? Does anyone know?
It's not an Olympic size right now.
It's not. And so I was ready to support that, but I'm kind of disturbed about what just happened. That a committee was disbanded without first consulting the committee. I just feel like it's kind of dirty. And then they're holding on to two members who are supposed to be appointed by parties, but they're just gonna hold on to those ones because they like them. That's just not right. Something's fishy. Said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to participate in public participation?
Good evening, Beth Del Buono, 327 Walsh Avenue. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you this evening. And I think it was Counselor Page. The first comment that I kind of wrote down that you had said was that you can't vote no because of the unknowns. And I was ready to like, wow, I disagree with that, right? But then later on, what you said was, it's your job to do the hard work and make those decisions and be leaders. And I really think that tonight, choosing to table that was showing some true leadership because you were thrown a curveball tonight with the public participation, with the comments that you heard, probably not what you were necessarily expecting. And you made a decision that was hard to make and you did it. And I applaud that. The only thing I was thinking, and I think Counselor Gonzalez had asked about special meetings. I'm not opposed to the purchase necessarily. I just felt like there were a lot of unanswered questions, but there are still 19 days till June 30th. I was counting them as I sat there. So if you had special meetings and could get some of the answers, and you know, you did say you don't know how many you would get, but the more answers you have and the more information you get, the more comfortable people may feel with that. So just food for thought on that. The Mill Pond Pool Committee, that committee did do a lot of work. So, I disagreed with some of the comments made about them not doing the work. They did a ton of work. The problem was that the vision that came forward from that committee did not necessarily align, I think, with the vision and the budgetary needs that the former council felt was necessary. So I think there was a disconnect perhaps, but that being said, I think if you form a new committee or put it to the permanent building committee, something I've learned along the way is maybe think about defining the scope of what you're asking that committee to do more finely than what we had in the past. Because if you just say Mill Pond or Mill Pond Pool or Mill Pond Park, that opens up the scope quite a bit. And I think that was part of the battle with that committee, was a project that came forward with a whole lot more included than just a pool. And so that would just be a thought for the future. And then in terms of the permanent building committee, I know Counselor Gonzalez was asking a little more question about, how does that take the political piece out? And, I would agree. Nothing is ever going to take all of it out. I don't think that's possible. But the intent is that, and some of this stems to a lot of your comments tonight and a lot of the public's comments, the Town Hall Reno Committee, those of us that served on it over time, and I was on it way back when, I'm not an expert and I don't know all of your backgrounds, but I don't think any of you are necessarily real experts in terms of building or architecture, or whether they should keep the air conditioning units on that roof or put it over there, and whether it needs a barrier between it and the roof. All of those questions that were out there when value engineering came up. If you're not an expert, you don't know the right questions to ask to get the answer you need. And I think that's where having experts on a committee makes sense. So I would urge you to at least take a look at it and consider it. Even if you restructure it or do something differently, consider having some experts on those committees, because I felt quite useless oftentimes in those committees, and to be quite frank. And when costs went up that were unexpected because we didn't ask the right questions, then you're in a position to make some tough decisions. And Counselor Tiniaka said, well, if the price goes up, I wouldn't approve it. But then you have a project that's already started, and what do you do with that? You do the best you can. You make decisions, you value engineer. And that's where things go wrong. So the more information you can get in terms of those costs, the better off all of us will be. So I applaud your efforts tonight in tabling it, and I look forward to next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room like to participate in public participation? Anybody on Zoom? All right, we will move along to remarks by counselors. Anybody have any comments or questions or in the state? Counselor Tiniakis.
I said it before, but now it's an hour and a half later. So just thank you for coming and sticking around. We don't get this many people hanging out with us so late, so I just appreciate it. And I appreciate your opinions.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mankey.
I would just ask a personal privilege if Counselor Page and Mayor Trister, the next agenda setting, if you would put my resignation as minority leader on the agenda. I'll have my letter to you by the end of the week.
Counselor Page.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to refer to Mr. Guskowski's comment. I'll never apologize for being passionate. I feel passionate about our topics we discussed tonight. I raised my voice, and I'll raise my voice again in this meeting, I'm sure, in future meetings. I'm here because I love this town and I love this process. And someone said tonight, this is democracy, and it is a beautiful thing, and it's a messy thing. I think it's rich that you criticize me for my behavior when I've had to block you on Facebook because you call me things like moron and other such things. You're offensive, you're rude, and you don't deserve a place on Facebook or any other place. You stir it up, and you're destructive and toxic. And I will not apologize to you for my passion tonight. Right, and you're one of the reasons this town has this problem on Facebook, and it's a disappointment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments from councilors? Yeah, none. Counselor Gonzalez.
I think we have rules put in place. Counselor Bradeco and Counselor Floyd, were you guys on the committee about comments and inappropriate things and certain way to have behavior? Yeah. Is calling people a jackass appropriate? I just think we need to act like adults, and this is ridiculous.
Counselor Floyd. You good?
Yeah, I'll just speak to, yes, in the newest iteration of the council rules of procedure, there is some language with regards to public decorum. It's a suggestion. It says should, and there's a reason for that. For my part, I certainly agree with Counselor Gonzalez that carrying ourselves in a way that shows our shared love for this community involves a sense of respect. So with all respect to anyone at this table or in the public, it's important that we carry ourselves with that respect. So yes, that is.
Yeah, regarding, the recommendations, and it should, because of, there are issues with free speech and whatever, but it not only for members of the public, but also for people who are sitting in the council. It goes both ways.
Absolutely.
Respect goes both ways.
Any other counselors with comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to informational. Up, Jamie. Oh, sorry. Informational items, we don't have anything, right?
It's not been listed, nothing mentioned. Doesn't there.
All right, Counselor Tiniakis, you need to read the final resolution? Sure.
That's.
What?
I'm sorry, that's where I meant to raise my hand for the resolution for the executive session. My fault, but it should include our town attorney, Matt Ritter, who will be in attendance, as well as the Lauren Ryan's in her capacity as our risk manager for the town.
Okay, so we're amending the resolution to include Attorney Ritter and Lauren Rhines?
Correct.
Okay.
All good? Yes. Resolved that the the Newington Town Council, in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 1-206B, hereby moves to go into executive session and invites the town council members, the mayor, and Attorney Juro and Jamie Trevathan,
And
Matt Ritter, and Lauren Rhines. Jamie Trevathan, acting town manager, to discuss matters of pending litigation.
Second.
motion by Council Chiliakis, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Let me take
Any
a brief.
opposed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
we'll
take a brief
We're in, I guess, I'd take a quick